economy and provide residents with pathways to the middle class. With that, before we turn to our government witness, Deputy Mayor Nina Albert, we're going to hear from my colleagues who are able to join Zoom this morning. I understand that we've been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, who is not a member of the committee, but always happy to have you be a part of our hearings, Councilmember Lewis-George. I'm going to turn it to you for a brief opening statement.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you to you and your staff and to all the government witnesses here today. I don't have a long statement, would prefer to save my time for questions, but I want to focus on three things today with Dmped first. The first being obviously Kennedy Street Library. For years, our community has advocated for a public library on Kennedy Street to address the major library service gaps in our Brightwood Park and Manor Park neighborhoods. And as Ward 4 council member, I, the council, and the Kennedy Street community made this happening by funding a Kennedy Street library. The library would bring much needed services and programs to our community and would help transform our neighborhood that has struggled with violence, vacant storefronts, blight, and so much more, and have been doing so since I was a kid, having grown up particularly in this neighborhood. I've had multiple conversations with the deputy mayor and DC Public Library about this, and I appreciate the office trying to work out a solution to make this happen. But it's obvious that further discussions are needed about an RFP and ways to move forward in order to advance many improvements in the district, council, and the executive have to work together. And I'm committed to working with you, Councilmember Duffy, and I hope and the executive as well, to be able to move this conversation and discussions to some really actionable steps regarding an RFP. The council has already allocated the funds to buy the land and construct the new library. So it is now up to you to acquire the land this fiscal year and move forward with an RFP. The second issue that I want to discuss is social housing. I reintroduced the Green New Deal for social housing in 2023. Councilmember Bonds held a hearing in 2022 for the first iteration of the bill. Councilmember Robert White held a roundtable in November 2023. It's not getting easier to live in the district, and we really need to examine why and look at other jurisdictions that have been able to implement successful social housing programs as an additional tool to the tools that we already have. This is another instance in which the community is asking for something and is looking to the executive for leadership and movement, or at least real discussions on the issue. And I will have a few questions about plans for downtown. I'm most interested in how we are keeping district residents, folks that have been here for a generation, here with the downtown plan. For the Public Service Commission, I will have questions regarding Project Pipes, Phase 3 project, and questions about whether, given our climate goals as a city, whether moving forward with Phase 3 of Project Pipes actually is in consideration of our climate goals and the climate future we desire. So thank you, Councilman McDuffie, for having me at today's hearing, and I look forward to talking to our government witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis-George. We've also been joined in person by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson for a brief opening statement. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Good morning. Ooh, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be incredibly brief. I don't have a long statement. I'm interested to hear more about the plans from Deputy Mayor Albert in terms of moving forward, and then also checking in on some development projects that we've already had in the works. The Food Access Fund, which is definitely something that's near and dear to me in terms of how we are delivering healthy food access across the district. And then how we move forward in terms of the office, are there vacancies, those kinds of things. So I look forward to today's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to now turn to our government witness, newly confirmed Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Nina Albert. But before you get started, if you could, I'd love for you all to raise your right hand so I can swear you in before we get going. Do you each swear or affirm under penalty of law the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee for Business and Economic Development is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you each very much. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Well, good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Nina Albert, and I'm the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I'd like to thank, first, the public witnesses who provided testimony in support of my nomination, and I'd also like to thank the council for confirming me to this position earlier this month. Lastly, I'd also like to acknowledge the Dmped team who have not stopped delivering for DC residents over the past year. With that, it's my pleasure to provide testimony on Dmped's activities and many accomplishments in fiscal years 2023 and 2024 to date. So first and foremost, and several folks have already mentioned it this morning, which is about housing. Dmped is proud of the significant progress that the executive branch has made in increasing housing production and preservation across the district. As of this month, we are 92% of the way towards our overall goal of creating 36,000 new homes by 2025. And we are 77% of the way toward our goal of creating 12,000 new affordable homes. These results are directly due to Mayor Bowser's commitment to providing more and more affordable housing in the District of Columbia. And DC is a leader in the region as well as in the nation because of our focus on housing. In November, Dmped released the Housing Demand and Neighborhood Change Assessment RFP, which is going to help us develop the next set of goals and strategies beyond 2025 for increasing housing production and achieving greater housing affordability for every bracket of the income spectrum. Mayor Bowser has also invested greatly in local and small business growth with a focus on minority and women-owned businesses. Dmped manages over 15 unique business programs that support small business expansion, promote ownership opportunities, incentivize local manufacturing, and provide access to capital. In September of 2023, we hit a new record of awarding $250 million in grants to minority-owned businesses throughout the DC Community Anchor Partnership. Dmped invested nearly $3.1 million through its Great Streets programs, which supported 48 local businesses in 2023. Through the State Small Business Credit Initiative, Dmped established a new DC Venture Capital program, which will provide over $26 million in seed capital to DC founders, which includes our focus on underserved founders of technology and tech-enabled companies. To make it easier to do business with the district, we have streamlined our grants process, intake and compliance process, and kicked off our inaugural Retail Grant and Grow Expo, which had more than 350 participants. Lastly, we launched our small business survey this month, which will help benchmark our minority-owned business targets outlined in the comeback plan and enable more robust outreach to our minority and women-owned businesses in the future. Dmped leads the district's food access efforts because we know that neighborhoods cannot thrive if the community does not have access to healthy and good food. Mayor Bowser's historic investment of Dmped's Food Access Fund has allowed Dmped to close long-standing gaps in food access east of the river. As of this year, in part due to the Food Access Fund, now only 6% of residents east of the river live more than a mile away from a grocery store. This is down from 51% in 2015. To date, wards 5, 7, and 8 enjoy 26 new food establishments and grocers as a result of these investments. Finally, Dmped leads the government's efforts to leverage district-owned real estate for the enhancement of economic prosperity in all 8 wards by developing commercial, retail, housing, civic and recreation centers, and all of the related jobs. Last year, we celebrated the official completion of the Wharf, which delivered over 1,000 new apartments, created 6,000 jobs, and transformed the Southwest waterfront into a landmark destination. We delivered across the new communities portfolio. At Northwest 1, we cut the ribbon at Temple Courts. We started construction at Berry Farm on a senior building, and we just cleared a significant legal hurdle at Park Morton that will finally allow us to move that project forward quickly. Full construction is now underway at McMillan, which will bring forth rental and homeownership opportunities, a new grocery store, and community amenities. The parks at Walter Reed completed new residential buildings, opened a new Whole Foods and Jinya Ramen, and we just released a $500,000 grant program to attract even more retailers to the area. St. Elizabeth's East now boasts the Sycamore and Oak Retail Village, the Whitman Walker Max Robinson Center, and is the residential and retail complement to a new major employment center at St. Elizabeth's West and the new Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center. Finally, we have released a request for proposal to redevelop the Chevy Chase Civic Site Neighborhood Library and Community Center, which project promises modernize community facilities to serve the next generation of Ward 3 residents, as well as new housing in this neighborhood. The investments made in our businesses and neighborhoods across the district continue to be part of Mayor Bowser's comeback plan, which sets our economic development priorities through 2028. The comeback plan also includes a focus on downtown, given how important it is to the district's overall economy. It is home to 35% of our businesses, generates nearly $1 billion in net revenue, and is home to 316,000 jobs. We know that submarkets with a healthy mix of residential, commercial, and retail uses, such as the Wharf, Capitol Riverfront, and Noma, have recovered more quickly than our downtown post-pandemic. The downtown is comprised of 87% commercial office space, so we are actively working on programs and plans to fill the space, change the space, and attract the people. Some early successes downtown include Dmped's Vitality Fund, which has resulted in 7 companies coming to or expanding in DC, resulting in 616 new jobs and 160,000 leased square feet, which we estimate will generate $5.25 million in total fiscal impact. The program brought businesses like Virtue, an innovative cybersecurity company, and Meridian, a global infrastructure investment firm, to DC. Another 17 projects are in the pipeline that could add an additional 1,700 new jobs, 600,000 square feet of leased office space, and $34 million in total fiscal impact. This year, we launched the Downtown Family Fun Destination Program and the Downtown Recovery Grant, which invest in new attractions and activations and incentivize retail growth, respectively. There are 5 office to housing conversions under construction in downtown currently, and another 11 projects publicly announced in the pipeline. And with the launch of the Housing in Downtown program next month, DC will be among the first in the nation to have a new incentive to convert office buildings into residential, which is integral to achieving our goal of adding 15,000 new residents downtown. 2 plans were released on Monday, just this past Monday, which create the framework together with recommended investments and solutions for the long-term vibrancy of downtown. The Downtown Action Plan was published by the Golden Triangle bid and the Downtown DC bid, and the Public Realm Plan was released by the Office of Planning. Last month, we also launched the Gallery Place Chinatown Task Force to develop vision concepts for the Gallery Place Chinatown neighborhood. These efforts represent thoughtful approaches to repositioning our downtown and creating a strong vision for the future of our commercial business district. I have shared a long list of accomplishments led by Dmped and am proud of all that Dmped has accomplished in FY23 and FY24 to date. Looking forward, the work we will do includes ensuring we have more housing that is affordable across the income spectrum, ensuring that DC is competitive for attracting and expanding businesses, growing our brand and offerings as a cultural and entertainment destination, and being the place where diverse businesses and people are able to thrive. After all, there is only one DC. I would like to conclude my testimony by thanking the Dmped team again for all their hard work over the past year. Without the dedication of the team, we could not have achieved everything we have. I would also like to thank the committee for your collaboration. I look forward to continuing our partnership in 2024. This concludes my testimony, and the Dmped senior leadership team and I are happy to address any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have some questions. Before I jump into my questions, we'll do 7-minute rounds. I want to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Ward 1 Councilmember Brianna Nadeau, and I'll turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a round after the witness, after the council members have already been acknowledged. So, all right, let me jump in. Last December, Deputy Mayor, we had you before this committee to discuss the topic of workplace culture within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about any additional updates that you want to share with this committee on efforts that you and your team is undertaking in this space.
So thank you for that question. I'm really happy to report that I think we've made really great progress. I'll just give kind of 3 highlights. First is that we have actively been working on what we call our Racial Equity Action Plan, which, as I mentioned before, is more comprehensive than just focusing, and I'm not saying that anyway, just focusing on sort of racial components and racial equity. It really is a comprehensive workplace culture strategy. So that work has been advancing. I'm now reviewing the results of that and looking to refine it and make it even stronger. So that's one advancement since December. The second is that I've been actively recruiting and working on bringing in sort of the next round of leadership for Dmped, and just have had great success, great conversations, and I'm really heartened by the number of people who are really invested in the success of the district, and as importantly, in the success of the Deputy Mayor's Office for Planning and Economic Development. So we've just been doing some organizational refinements, as well as recruitment of key positions within the office that will help us achieve the multitude of goals that we have for the future. And then lastly, I think that we're doing a much better job communicating with staff and setting up a regular cadence of communication where I, as the Deputy Mayor, can share the direction that I think that we're going in, being more inclusive of staff. And honestly, I'm really grateful to Ben Mendez, to Sarosh, Old Padwala, and also to Sabangali Cook, who, as our senior leadership team, have done a yeoman's job of continuing to engage and communicate with our staff, make sure that, things continue to get delivered even amidst time of transition. So.
And I want to also ask, I know when you were here before the committee in December, we asked about any new complaints around harassment. And I want to give you an opportunity to let the committee know, have there been any new complaints or additional complaints, I should say, since the last time that you've been before the committee between December of that date and today's date?
I'm really glad to say that we have not had any new complaints.
Okay. The past few months have brought about news of several challenging departures of District of Columbia businesses. I think everybody has read reports about Monumental's proposed relocation to Virginia. Probably lesser known, but equally as challenging, disappointing is Fannie Mae's decision to shorten their lease by 5 years at 15th and L, CoStar leaving for Virginia, and the International Baccalaureate headquarters looking to sublet the entirety of their space at the former Fannie Mae site on Wisconsin Avenue. How can Dmped better engage some of these larger institutional users to assess their motivations for relocation? Can we get to them sooner to better understand why they're deciding to depart the District of Columbia?
So we have been incredibly active reaching out to businesses. We partner, as you know, with the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership, which is the district's business retention and attraction, retail retention and attraction, and marketing organization. So we did what we call a retention blitz in January and February, where we have reached out to over 600 businesses to really understand currently what their assessment is of their plans for the future. We've gotten a myriad of feedback as to what businesses are planning on doing. I do want to sort of characterize what's going on in the marketplace, just so that everybody understands. And this is true within the District of Columbia. This is also true outside of the District of Columbia. There are three, I would say, generalized categories of moves that businesses are making. Number one is that post-pandemic, with the increased amount of telework, you're seeing a reduction, a strategic reduction in space by businesses. That was the Fannie Mae example. Fannie Mae has communicated to me, and they've told me that I could share this publicly, that they intend to have their headquarters in Washington, D.C. But the move that they announced was the reduction of the space and footprint that they need in Washington, D.C. for fiscal responsibility reasons. And so that we should anticipate to continue, both from the private sector as well as the public sector, taking advantage of telework to reduce their real estate costs. That will inevitably have an impact on the District of Columbia and the building and office market in particular. The second set of activities is that there are a number of businesses that are looking to take advantage of this marketplace and either acquire a building so that they can reduce their long-term overhead that relates to space, or making different types of moves. That's the CoStar model. CoStar let us know over 2 years ago that they were looking to buy a building. That is their model. That's what they did in Richmond, Virginia, was acquire and buy and own their building. That is their preference. And so in this market, they looked at 25 different buildings across the District of Columbia, as well as in Northern Virginia. And at the end of the day, a business needs to make the decision that's right for them based on which building is available. Does it meet their needs? But they have always actively been looking in the district, and it just happens to be the right fit for them to go to Virginia because that building met their needs. And so we will see strategic shifts in what people are doing with their real estate based on their strategic needs. And then the third area that I am most sensitized to, and frankly, that we have the most control of, are businesses that are choosing not to do business in the district because they are so sensitive to cost. That will hit our small business community, the retailers and restaurants, and others that don't have the wherewithal to withstand the costs of doing business or the time to do business in the district. That is where I think the council and the executive branch must partner to eliminate that friction. But generally, I think that context is important to understand what's happening in the office market and why businesses are making decisions. Am I worried about it? I am, but I think our job is to navigate this period and position ourselves as a city to really accelerate conversions of office to housing. Frankly, I'm now saying conversion to anything, office to anything, because if it converts to lab, if it converts to data centers, if it converts to universities, all good in my book. And so those are the types of things that we're trying to incentivize and to partner with new entrants into this marketplace on.
And my time has expired, and so I obviously have a lot more questions, but I want to put on your radar where I'm going to pick up in my next round. You mentioned conversion to anything, and I think that's important. I was with you and the mayor and others at the announcement around the Downtown Action Plan, and I think that's important when you think about potential uses from eds and meds in buildings downtown and some of the plans that articulated how you want to approach the nodes in the District of Columbia. And so my concern would be, can you use HID to convert from office to anything? I don't think you can the way that it's drafted, and maybe you have other tools that might attract conversions to some of those other uses that you just mentioned. But I'm going to pick up there when my next round comes. Just for planning purposes, I want to let folks know what the lineup is. We have Councilmember Lewis George, Councilmember Henderson, followed by Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Lewis George for a round.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Deputy Mayor Albert. It's good to see you. I want to thank you for meeting a few weeks ago and having an in-depth conversation with me regarding Kennedy Street Library and other Ward 4 issues. For the public and those not aware, after a community-led effort alongside my ANC commissioners and neighbors, I secured $5 million to acquire land for a new public library on Kennedy Street. And it is important for the community and something the community has asked for. DCPL, at their oversight hearing in their meetings, has expressed that they are more interested in a community service center at that site that includes library services along with it. Is this something Dmped is considering? And if so, when will you see feedback from the community? When will you receive feedback from the community about this change in model, and what other agencies have you engaged in this new plan?
So since I've joined, I heard about this issue and interest, as well as the budget allocation to DCPL for Kennedy Street Library. As you know, I've been personally involved trying to understand what the opportunities are. I do think given, and I'm very sensitive to different partners, budgetary constraints. And so that's where the notion of including more of a community hub that included multiple types of services, including a library, came about. And so DCPL is taking the lead on reaching out to different government agencies, as well as other kinds of community users, not necessarily all government. I could see that the location on Kennedy Street house, a coffee shop, house, different kinds of services that are really welcoming, that is family focused, for example. So we're exploring all of that and trying to figure out, where there's both demand and interest and a logical partnership that would create a number of different uses in there that would really contribute meaningfully to Kennedy Street. So as soon as we have some things that are, I think, more concrete that we could share with the community, we will engage with the community to see if it's palatable to them.
Okay. Given sort of, the conversations around public safety, blight, et cetera, but also just what can we communicate to the community about timeline? Because they are meeting monthly about this effort across ANCs. And so what can we communicate regarding timeline?
I'll need to get back to you on that. We don't have a current timeline because we're really in an exploratory phase and trying to come up with some really good solutions. But we're also happy to attend a community meeting and give an update ourselves so people can understand what we're thinking about.
Great. Has an RFP gone out? And if not, why not?
An RFP has not gone out because we don't really have a plan at this moment. The legislation currently assumes that we're going to acquire a new site, but we're in conversations with different types of solutions that might not require the district or DCPL to acquire a new site. So I think that the best RFPs and the ones that have the most success are the ones that have clarity and a scope of work that developers and others can respond to. So we're not ready or at that stage for an RFP yet.
My biggest issue is that the location, which you all are aware of, and the site that is available would become unavailable if we don't move quickly on an RFP and be used for some other service that isn't sort of where the community is aligned. And I'm going to talk about RFP later as it relates to Chevy Chase. But it seems like that's a community, the Chevy Chase RFP went out, and the community, a large amount of the community is very upset about it. And that's a RFP that includes library, housing space, et cetera. And then we have a space that's readily available as well here, where community members are actually welcoming a library space and housing together. And so I guess I wonder, when we talk about visions of communities, is it the vision of does Dmped see community? Does Dmped consider what each community needs and wants versus sort of Dmped's own vision for those particular areas?
So just a couple things. First of all, I want to put on the record that DCPL is the one who has received the money for this action. And so we are here to support DCPL. That's number one. Number two, Dmped is not a separate entity from the community. I mean, we are very responsive, constantly out in the community and taking feedback. So I also just want to be incredibly clear that we see our role as being community serving and as about delivering amenities and solutions that respond specifically to community needs and opportunities. So in this particular case, I think that what I have found in my experience to be the best path is to find a solution and a strategy that is feasible, that's financially feasible, and that is also serving the community's needs. We have not figured that out yet. The financial feasibility of this proposal has not come together yet. And so to put an RFP out at this moment would be premature. So I'm happy to give the community share what steps we're going through so that they're aware of what we're doing. But my goal is that when we put an RFP out, that it will be successful. And that's really what we're looking also at Chevy Chase.
Okay. Last question for Kennedy, and then I'll move on to Chevy Chase. Oh, I don't actually have that much time. Regarding if DCPL, because DCPL is saying that you all have to do the RFP. If DCPL came to you with a plan for a library, et cetera, space, then it's Dmped position that then you all would move forward on the RFP. And so right now, DCPL not having you a plan is the reason why you have not moved forward on an RFP. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, I think that when there's a plan that's ready to go, we'd be ready to execute. And it could be us. It could also be the Department of General Services, by the way. It might not necessarily be Dmped, depending on what it is.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for this round.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I'm going to turn next to Councilmember Henderson for a round. Before I do that, though, I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by a member of this committee, at-large Councilmember Anita Bonds. I usually defer to members of the committee for rounds, but she was gracious enough to fall in line in the queue, and so I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson for a round. I think that needs to go on the record. She said of all the other wonderful women, so.
You wanted to put that on the mic.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Deputy Mayor, I wanted to check in on a couple of development projects that are ongoing. So back in 2014, the council voted to provide a $40 million tax increment financing proceeds to support the Skyland redevelopment. Obviously, Skyland has gone through many different lives in terms of our hopes and dreams for that particular site. But phase one has moved forward, and the developer's looking to move on with the next phase of the project. However, it's my understanding that OCFO is holding back some of the financing, which is hindering the ability of the development to move forward to the next part, which I think are some townhomes and some other pieces. Is it also your understanding that the final phase of the project won't be able to be completed if there's no TIF?
A couple different things. First of all, I've been personally involved in Skyland at multiple iterations of the project.
Oh, yeah,
as
then you're-
early as 2007 when I worked at Dmped before. So I'm very aware of the commitment that the district has made continually over the years to advance Skyland. It is a shared commitment by the council. It has been a shared commitment of every mayor that has touched this project over the years, and it is a priority of the mayors to get this done because we are at the final phase. These last townhomes will be the final phase, and to be able to offer single-family dwellings, within that neighborhood, new type of housing product, I think will be tremendously successful. We are working with the CFO to try and find a solution and to introduce something into the 25 budget process.
Okay, so I guess budget comes out in 3-ish or so weeks, so we'll get an update at that point. Have you also been in communication with the developers in terms of the progress on this? I just want to make sure that they're not left out in the wind here in terms of they don't need to know the intimate details of the conversations, but I don't want them to feel as though the district is abandoning this project.
No, they know of our commitment. I've shared that personally with them, and we continue to be in touch with them at this point almost on a daily basis.
Okay, great. Fletcher Johnson. So we had money in the budget to do the demolition of that particular facility. My understanding is that the land disposition was it was slated to be done this past fall, but it didn't happen. So where are we in terms of the timeline?
Yes, Councilwoman. So where we are in terms of the timeline is that we have actually, infrastructure money, the money that you mentioned, is actually been MOU'd to DGS.
Okay.
So that process is already starting in parallel to us completing the LDA land disposition agreement with the developer. So it's not in series, it's already started.
Okay. So in terms of the land disposition, though, it seems as though that's behind schedule.
It's not really behind schedule. I mean, we are looking at, a variety of options on the site. I mean, the site has always been a difficult site, as you recall. I mean, it was
Yeah.
RFO'd by twice
Yes.
without success. And so, it's a plan that continues to evolve, and we're working very closely with the developer. They've been very collaborative. And so, I expect it to continue forward.
Okay. I mean, I think you know this, Suresh, so, like this is probably one of the more significant large in terms of size projects in the Ward 7 area, particularly around Marshall Heights. And so I think when the community drives by and see nothing has happened, there's a feeling for them of like, oh no, is it happening again in terms of we're not going to get this done. So to the extent that we could provide an update to those ANCs and community groups in terms of what the progress is, I think that would be super helpful.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay, great. McMillan, drive by it all too often. Lots of progress being made in terms of the community center and the pool area. Is that still on track to open in summer?
Absolutely. Yes, we are super excited. The community center with the pool and all of the different community assets are slated to open hopefully at the beginning of the summer.
Okay. You all have any concerns about that side of the project being open and available to the public while there's still significant amount of construction going on the site?
Not really. I mean, it's, that is a good point, and it is something to be thoughtful of, but we actually initially the private side of the development was going to continue in parallel to the community assets, but through actually working with the council member at the time, we moved up the community assets purposely so that they would be delivered first.
Okay.
And so we always had an expectation that the other developments would be proceeding.
Okay. All right. I want to, I have 2 minutes. I'm trying to see where I go here. Let's go to food. So Deputy Mayor, in listening to your testimony, you said, quote, now only 6% of residents east of the river live more than a mile from a grocery store. And I have to say, I got some texts of like, wait, what? So I'm curious in terms of how you all just are defining grocery store, because it certainly can't mean full service. Are you including the food markets in this sort of calculation that you all are making?
Thank you, council member. So there are 3 grocery stores that are going to be online in the next, I think it's the next 12 to 18 months. But then also in addition to that, through the Food Access Fund, there are going to be an additional 26 food serving restaurants and retailers that are also going to show up in Ward 7 and 8 and also 5 over the next 18 to 24 months.
Okay, so
when
can we go back? You said 3 grocery stores coming online in the next 12 to 18 months.
So we have Lidl, which we just cut the ribbon on. What's the other 2? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember the name of the other 2. Lidl, Capital Gateway, the Giant, and then I'm trying to recall the other. I don't have it right here on hand, but I know that
I'm going to
there
be
are 3
here,
in the
so
queue.
I'll give you.
We can follow up with that.
I'll follow
And then
up with you.
also the additional 3 restaurants and food serving experiences.
I think
that are
the
coming.
sit-down restaurants are great, but I'm also looking for folks, they just want to be able to get milk or Cheerios or whatever. And I think I've mentioned this to you before, Deputy Mayor, in terms of I want to praise the Aldi and the Lidl. I struggle with that because those companies do not accept all of the benefits like WIC in those areas. Well, not in those areas. The companies nationwide don't accept those types of federal benefits. So I have residents who live in close proximity, but then they still have to shop someplace else in order to use the benefits that they have.
If I may, I think that these questions are so incredibly important. And I really mean this. If people do not have access to healthy food and healthy food options, it impacts individuals, communities. I do think that we should really be super creative in how to expand the types of food offerings that are available, particularly in wards 5, 7, and 8, and look forward to working with you on that. Right now is a very complicated time for the grocery business, and that's what we're up against. And so now is a time to lean in and come up with different solutions that maybe didn't, that past efforts weren't enough.
I agree with that, but I think that for so those residents, you know how I feel about Trader Joe's. The fact that they're going to Friendship Heights, not going to Ward 5, crushes me inside. And so I think when we talk about the difficulty of the market, but people keep seeing these press releases coming out about grocery stores that are opening in the northwestern part of the city, I don't know if they necessarily believe we're doing all we can. I'm over my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I'm going to turn to Ward 1, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. Thanks for joining us, Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Deputy Mayor. I'll jump right in. At the hearing for the Office of Planning, we learned that the mayor hasn't yet made plans to issue new housing targets, despite us coming up on our first deadline of 2025 for the addition of 36,000 units. What work needs to be done to put out updated targets?
Well, as I mentioned during my testimony, we actually have just released the Housing Demand and Neighborhood Change Assessment RFP.
Okay, so
This
that's
is to
that.
bring on a consultant to robustly review both what has worked in the past, but also to look to the future. And I am really interested in a comprehensive set of approaches because we've heard time and time again about the missing middle. So that is an area that I'd like to concentrate on. I'd also like to make sure that we can bring the overall cost of housing down for all parts of the income spectrum. And so a big component of that strategy must include new production of housing and preservation of existing units that are already in the pipeline. So again, looking for a much more comprehensive approach. But I will tell you, as you know, both a shared value by this council and particularly this mayor to lead the country in housing solutions and housing affordability.
How long do you think the study is going to take, or when do you expect it to be delivered?
Thank you for the question, council member. We're starting this work. We are in the finalization stages of awarding that contract. And I think over the next year, you'll see different pieces and elements of that come to fruition. We're working alongside Office of Planning and DHCD. I think this study will take in finality about a year or so. And again, as the Deputy Mayor said, this allows us to be proactive in thinking about the types of housing solutions, the way neighborhoods are changing, the demographics, all post-pandemic, which is going to be new information for us to help think and guide what those strategies are, especially post-2025.
So this sounds like a really comprehensive approach, and I appreciate that very much. But the concern that I have right now regarding the 2025 housing targets is that certain parts of the city, like Mid-City and Ward 1, have met their targets for 2025 already. And opponents to housing being built are starting to talk about it as if there is enough housing now because that goal has been met. So I am concerned about waiting too long to adjust those targets, and I want to ensure that while we are pursuing this comprehensive approach, we are also thinking about how we can be nimble in adapting and adjusting those targets right now.
And maybe just to respond to that and appreciate the fact that, these kind of goals and planning targets are done with evidence and data. But while that's happening, there's been a lot of efforts made at more neighborhood levels or more geographic levels to introduce new housing. The Housing in Downtown program is an example of that. The High Needs Tax Abatement program from DHCD is another example of that. So while there are some planning efforts underway, it doesn't stop us from taking action. And at the same time, I think it's just good also to put in context the sheer amount of housing that's been produced and preserved in the district since Mayor Bowser came into office, and especially when you compare that to a regional standpoint. We look with the Housing Association for Nonprofit Developers produces a report each year that kind of measures how jurisdictions are doing around housing production and preservation. And in 2022, 31% of all new housing units in the region were created in the district. almost half of all affordable housing is created in the district. And that also applies to units at 30% of MFI and below. 85% of those units in the region were created in the district.
I just want to add one thing to those folks who don't think that that we have enough housing in the district. I will say that even with the housing production goals that we've had and are on track to achieve, housing costs haven't come down. So we, and that's because of inflationary and other types of impacts that are beyond our control. But so there is a continued need to focus on housing so that we can achieve affordability across the income spectrum. And then the other thing that I'll say, just from an economic growth perspective, as well as the district's own economic stability, we want to encourage and recruit more residents to DC. And so the housing strategy becomes part of how we recruit more people to DC, because more people paying income tax, eating, going to grocery stores, going to restaurants is all part of the ecosystem of having a sustainable economy over time. So I just want to put in bigger, like sort of a broader context as to why we need to keep looking at housing strategies and innovating.
Yes, I agree with you. I think you meant to say for people who say we have enough housing.
That's correct. Or I
Okay.
think that you mentioned that some folks said we met the target and
Right.
that's good enough.
That we have
It's
enough,
not.
right?
We
So
need
I
more.
think we all agree here. And I guess what I'm sort of asking is for a little bit of an assist, because in Ward 1, while I'm working with Dmped and the mayor to try to build more housing, we're fighting against people who say, look, we met the goals, we have enough. So I just am urging that we move with all due speed on adjusting those, perhaps even just in areas that have already met their goals, so that we can keep moving forward. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think we all agree on this, just asking for a little help on that. With the minute I have left in this round, you touched on this a bit already, but do we have a standardized RFP process for public developments? And can you talk about what that process is and what the guarantees of community engagement are?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Councilwoman. Do we have a standardized process? I mean, we have a fairly standard process. And we do have two types of RFPs. I mean, or three types, I would say. We have our standard RFP, we have our RFP, and the equity RFP, although the equity RFP is something that we've now used on the majority of our projects. And so perhaps could you be maybe more specific in terms of what community engagement? We do have, for instance, there is legislated statutory requirements for certain engagement in communities. There's got to be a hearing. It's called a surplus hearing, and there's a disposition hearing, and we typically go out to the ANC and make sure that they are at least included in the early conversations. And so generally, yes, it's statutory, but we also have our own sort of plan to make sure that we're out in the community.
So you feel there is a standardized amount of community engagement that that should be meeting the community's desire to provide input?
Yes, I believe that we do have a minimum standard that we always meet. And then on many of our projects, we go well above the standard. For instance, on Bruce Monroe, we had, 27 meetings with the community. So that's not standard, but, we evolve with what we think the project needs.
Thank you very much. I'll be back with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Bonds for a round.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to Dmped for being here. It's exciting to see the senior managers here as a group. Thank you all for coming and being open to our many questions, because we have many, because we know that your agency is charged with really the development and the growth of our city. And so to that end, I really wanted to talk for a minute about where we are in having a strategy that informs as to how you see the city developing. That is, yes, housing. It's also businesses, the location of businesses, the amenities for communities. What is the overall plan? And I ask that because a few decades ago, when there was a previous administration in place, there was a decision made, we're going to recruit 100,000 new residents, and places like where I live and what I call the inner city, those row houses may be changed and we'll have, semi high rises. So I'm just wondering, what's the new plan for this administration?
Well, I think that the comeback plan is really the primary source that people should come back to when asking this question. It addresses a comprehensive set of targets and goals for where the future of our city can and should move toward. It includes goals for creating 35,000 new jobs in high growth targets. It includes targets for affordable housing, and as specific as 15,000 new residents in downtown. It actually also includes goals for providing high-speed internet across the entire district, because we know that access to information is part of our future. And then last but not least is really thinking about making sure that area median incomes, that Black median household incomes are rising so that there is equity across our city. I have specifically sort of framed things as what I call the four-legged stool, right? Number one is that we want to make sure that we have housing that is affordable across the income spectrum. Two, that the district is competitive for attracting and expanding businesses here. And that means making sure that it is as frictionless as possible and as good to do business as possible in the District of Columbia. Three, I believe that we have a tremendous opportunity to grow our brand and really lean much more into our identity as a cultural and entertainment destination. Why do people want to come to the district? Because they can experience something that they can't experience anywhere else. And then last, I believe that our economic future and our fundamental identity as a city is to be a place where diverse businesses and people are able to thrive. And so those are our four pillars that we are organizing our goals and programs around.
And I do understand that those are our goals. And what I'm trying to get to is what happens in for instance, the southwest quadrant of the city, which includes the wharf, which includes to some degree a little east of the river, as we call it. What is the thinking as it relates to your four-legged stool, as it relates to the amenities that residential communities need? If we can just go quadrant by quadrant, it would help me to understand how this community, this city, is planning for its survival, its growth, and the inclusion of as many people as would like to be a part of it.
I really appreciate your focus on the place-based or the neighborhood-based opportunity. So the way that we do that is through typically the Office of Planning. As you know, they're going to be kicking off a new comprehensive plan process that will update the comp plan and look specifically at different strategies that are geographically focused. We are doing that work now. I am personally very interested now that there's so much opportunity, particularly around Berry Farm, potentially Poplar Point, the amount of development and expansion at St. Elizabeth's. We need to really focus on curating those neighborhoods and saying, do we have the right set of amenities that serve the people in that neighborhood? So place-based planning is how one achieves that. And you will see, even in the work at the Gallery Place Chinatown Task Force, that's what that effort is. It is a place-based planning effort. And we need to make sure that we are doing that across key areas and key parts of the city.
All right, so then we will hear not just about Chinatown or about downtown, we will hear about Berry Farms. We'll hear about other neighborhoods. I think earlier one of my colleagues mentioned Kennedy Street. So we'll begin to think about the city holistically, but incorporating the neighborhoods where people live, because people are not necessarily thinking that I move or I go downtown to meet my needs, where the small businesses will be located. They're saying, I want my needs to be met in my neighborhood. We're becoming a little more community oriented. Again, years ago, Washington, D.C. must have had about 78 different neighborhoods. And people were holding very tight to their neighborhood and had a lot of pride in their neighborhood. We actually had the signs going up in neighborhoods, welcome to Edgewood, welcome to Brooklyn, what have you. And I just feel in talking to people that we're there. They want to be where they have the resources that they need for their survival and for their growth.
Well, I completely agree. I'm a native Washingtonian. I've lived in 4 different distinct neighborhoods. And what's great about this city, I've always heard the number 39 different neighborhoods, but
78.
when you live in a neighborhood, there's, you're east of some street and north of another, and
That's
you think
right.
you're in a different spot. So,
Yeah.
but the great foundation of this city is these distinct neighborhoods where anybody from any background can see them, can find them, find a place, find a community that represents them. And so neighborhood development and focus in the neighborhoods, we have not lost sight of that, I think, at all. But I think that the reason we talk so much about downtown is just because of the tremendous impact it has on our entire economy, and that growth and repositioning of downtown enables us to invest in neighborhoods, and particularly underinvested neighborhoods. And that's the two go together, but we have not lost sight of the importance of neighborhood development.
All right. Well, thank you. I know I'm over my time. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds. Deputy, I want to pick up where I left off during my first round. If you could give me a quick response, and I only ask that it be brief because I got a lot of questions to ask, and I know we have a lot of members who have interest in the work that you all are doing and performance on the goals that you all have outlined for the district. So talking about housing in downtown, you had mentioned that you were interested in seeing conversion from office to anything, and you gave some examples of other uses that could work in the district. I mean, I happen to agree with you. I don't think HID would permit those uses, but are there other tools? How are you all approaching those conversions?
Right now, we're actually doing even more background work. We're not there at a complete set of solutions. The Downtown Action Plan actually highlights a number of the different solutions that the business community as well as other stakeholders have provided. In short, I think what we're really going to need to focus on are tax abatement tools, our opportunity zone or enterprise zone tools that maybe we could partner with the federal government on so that it's no cost to the district, but provides that what I call financial lubrication for assets to be repositioned. And then lastly, we should be also talking about incentives to attract businesses here who, from a corporate or a business standpoint, they strategically want to be here and can fund these things themselves. So that would be sort of the approach, what we need to pull together and then strategically have discussions about, because it would impact our budget on one hand, or it would require conversations with the federal government as to how to partner with us.
And then maybe we'll do some of this in follow. I know there was some reporting about the federal government wanting to work with jurisdictions about office to housing conversions. And so I'd love to know if there are any further details, and maybe that's further down the line, but I'd love to get some updates when and if they are available. Let me shift, maybe go back to something that you talked about earlier with one of my colleagues, which is the district's housing goals. Specifically, I want to focus on the affordable unit goals. The agency indicates that 9,205 affordable units have been created towards the 12,000 unit goal by the end of 2025. This represents 77% of the goal. How many of these 9,205 units are serving 0 to 30%? I also like to know if you could share how many of those units are serving 30 to 50%.
Councilmember, we can follow up with the breakdown by MFI. We do have those regional comparisons, and then breakdown by ward and planning area. We can come back with the MFI stats.
Okay, and if you all could, I should have done this at the beginning. Whenever you all talk, if you could just mention your name just for the record once, so we can capture it, and the folks at home who are glued to their televisions watching this or their computers know who in the agency is speaking. It'd be great to have it. Do you know if you already have that information, or is that something that you have to create?
Ben Mendez, I'm the interim chief of staff at Dmped, and I do believe we have the information. We'll
Okay,
get that to you.
if somebody can get it to you, get it to me at some point down the line in the hearing. I'd still love to be able to get that on the record today, if possible, rather than get it in follow-up. What type of human capital wraparound service coordination takes place for these types of units, if any? It's a concern that we've heard from the committee, generally speaking, and I want to give you all an opportunity to talk about that.
We work in partnership, Dmped, at both a high level and a more granular level on bringing these units to fruition. We bring together on a monthly cadence all the housing agency partners in the district, including the ones in our cluster, and oftentimes DHS and other folks who touch the housing world in some way. We are often involved through DHCD in conversations around support specifically to different populations. Each year in the budget, each time there's allocations for vouchers for specific populations like LGBTQ, veterans, and we're working with those agencies and there's representatives in the housing side to make sure that those are all brought to fruition.
I'd love to, at some point, and this is probably more appropriate for follow-up, to get a sense of how you all are thinking about this and how you as the deputy mayor are interacting with the agencies in your cluster who are serving this particular population, what those services look like, how they're coordinated, and how you all are tracking performance or success with the populations that we're talking about here. I also love to know if you all are monitoring, like, how many of these units are age restricted for seniors. I know our senior population is aging, and I know a number of our seniors would love to age in place. I hear Councilmember Bonds an agreement over here. I know she's focused a lot of her time and tenure on the council on this population. So do you all track how many of these units are reserved or age restricted for seniors?
I think at the moment, a lot of that is tracked based on the implementing agencies. Part of what we're doing with the housing change and neighborhood demand study is kind of doing that first pull together of all the coordinated information around the district to make sure we have a foundation that's almost taking stock of the housing stock that we have and who it's serving. And then over time, understanding based on job change, demographics, what types of housing, what populations may be needed to invest further or think about different strategies.
Yeah, I know, and maybe I'll get to this and maybe some point along the line of hearing you can talk about it. I don't want you to do it now, but I know McMillan, which Councilmember Henderson referenced earlier, originally at least had a component of his multifamily that was supposed to be focused on senior housing. I know the development timeline has shifted quite a bit over the years. And so at some point, I'd love to get an update to see whether that's still a component. And generally speaking, when these plans are made and things are approved, whether developers are sticking to these sorts of commitments would be one of the questions. You can hold on to it because I'm less than a minute. I want to ask an important question that dovetail on the other questions I was asking. And this really concerns that residents have raised around gentrification in the district and displacement. How, if at all, is Dmped tracking the socioeconomic, ethnic, demographic makeup of the occupants of these sorts of affordable units to ensure that we're serving the residents most in need? And the second part of that question is, does Dmped track demographic information of residents who leave the District of Columbia? I've seen reporting on higher income residents leaving. I'm particularly concerned about lower income residents, those who are being displaced.
Let me answer that question in just one moment, Councilmember. We do have the data for the breakdown by AMI and FMI. It is on the website. Dmped maintains a public tracker 36K by 12K at dc.gov. That includes a breakdown by ward, income level, and also just overall tracking. For 30% MFI and below, we're at 1,273 units. For 30% to 50%, we're at 3,421. And just on your other questions, council member, we are tracking a number of different socioeconomic demographics. One, as part of a coordinated effort along with 16 other different agencies that came together last year around the Upward Mobility Action Plan. A lot of those demographics were utilized to kind of overlay neighborhood amenities and also neighborhood characteristics, census tract by census tract. I think the other thing that you'll see in the comeback plan is we also took a look at who's leaving the district and why and at what income and age bracket. So there's slides that are in there that go through that information and allow you to see the types of income.
Okay, and is that all that information is online?
All that information is
Okay.
online in the comeback plan.
Okay. And then I'm going to pick up in my next round. I want to throw the question out there now so you can give it some thought, maybe try to get an answer for the next round. I'm curious about whether there's data available on the number of Section 8 vouchers that ported out of DCHA. I know that's one of the agencies that you work closely with. I believe you're a member there, the board, and where those families go when they leave DC. So do you have the data around Section 8 vouchers that ported out of DC Housing Authority in DC and where those families go when they leave DC? That's my question for my next round. But for now, I'm turning to Councilmember Lewis George for a second round.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Director, I want to talk about, I'll start with a little bit on housing, but be very brief because I think my colleague, Councilmember McDuffie and Councilmember Doe have covered it. I wanted to ask you, you all stated that you are reviewing district assets and identifying locations capable of supporting additional entities. Wanted to know if there have been any discussions about social housing with community, but also even officials in Montgomery County, which is using a current model for social housing and looking at the city becoming a developer in its own right to create social housing instead of solely relying on private developers as a way to actually create some of the deeply affordable housing needs that we have, but also some of the working family housing needs that we have.
So we've actually spoken with Montgomery County and understood, what their program is, and we're evaluating whether or not that is a program that we can either legally undertake or, make sense for us. So all of the solutions right now are on the table. And in fact, we're going to be sharing sort of a new innovative one here shortly, which uses internal revenue bonds to deliver more housing, which actually is kind of similar to the program in Montgomery County with some nuances to it. But we are looking at all programs that are available, looking at models across the United States to see, what we can be applying here so that we can deliver more housing.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to talk about the Chevy Chase Civic Corps. As you know, residents in Ward 4 use this resource. North Chevy Chase, Barnaby Woods, and Hawthorne all drive to the site and or park there. I know Chevy Chase Corps is in Ward 3, but I'm going to be significantly involved here because a number of my Ward 4 neighborhoods and their families and their seniors in our community here also need to be considered in sort of consideration of the Chevy Chase Corps. So I think in conversations moving forward, I want to just make sure I'm clear that I would like to be at the table as a Ward 4 council member, given the large amount of constituents who use this Chevy Chase Civic Corps from Ward 4 as a part of that community, so that their voices continue to be heard and they feel that they are adequately being represented in that regard. I know that you all made some changes to the RFP after concerns had been raised. I wanted to walk through what some of those changes were. The original RFP, I know, did not require affordable housing at the Chevy Chase Corps, which I think was the main purpose of the development, and it only basically said must satisfy the IZ requirements. Has there been what is the new sort of with the amended RFP, what is the new goal for affordable housing?
Hi, Councilwoman. First of all, my name is Suresh Alpadwal. I'm the Director of Real Estate at Dmped. So affordable housing has always been a component of the RFP. It is statutorily required by DC Code 10-801. And typically what we say is that, you know, we want to maximize affordable housing on these sites. I don't remember exactly what the language is in the RFP right now, but I can certainly get that back to you.
Okay. I think I want to say the main concern is that people wanted to make sure that it was going to truly have affordable housing. It wasn't just going to be the bare minimum requirements just to satisfy sort of IZ. And so moving forward and looking at the RFP, I want to make sure that affordable housing is actually going to be centered there. Because I think we all agree that increasing affordable housing is going to be critical to the future of DC. There was a piece of the RFP that said priority will be given to proposals that provide minimal vehicle parking. As you know, this was an issue specifically. Parking for library and community center visitors is already sort of a huge issue at that area. As you know, 1/2 of 3-4G residents live far enough to drive to the site to use it. Again, that's my neighbors in North Chevy Chase, Barney Woods, and Hawthorne. And all of we have a large amount of seniors, as you know, concentrated in this area, who may need to, who need the benefit of parking in that regard. Have any changes been made to the language regarding minimal vehicle parking at this location?
I would, again, I'd have to check. I know we did issue an amendment, and I would have to get back to you on exactly what was in that, but I would also advise that it is very early in the process. And so there is still a lot of opportunity for community engagement and input. And we have been, have had extensive community engagement and input at the Chevy Chase Civic Core site, and we intend to continue to do so.
Okay. One of the issues is green space and outdoor recreation space being reduced rather than expanded under the new RFP. And what the language noted, as you know, green space is limited. And a number of families use the Chevy Chase Center for its outdoor and green space and recreation. So as we move forward, I mean, I'm hoping when I will be able to see the amended RFP. I've not received that yet. That green space is going to be considered. There have been some issues regarding heritage and special trees as well under that. And in addition to people wanting to make sure that the library imprint and the community space imprint is in use. So right now, the community center is used for a lot of different programs. You have your youth programs like the Amazing Dance program. You have senior programming that happens simultaneously. If we reduce the footprint of the community center, it sort of makes it so they're going to have less community services versus more. And so I'm sort of wondering how you all are going to ensure the community isn't losing out on what is really its only community resource for a number of neighborhoods.
I just kind of want to share sort of in this process, we just issued the RFP. Usually the community, where I find the richness in the conversation beginning is when we have developers who have concepts to share and for the community to respond to. And so, you know, the RFP tends to provide the minimum requirements, but where you get real quality conversation is when there are plans that the developers could share. So I think that will be when we'll start to see what that you know, balance of parking, green space, built space, whether it's for community and then also housing, starts to become, you know, planned and something that community folks can reply to. So we will engage your Ward 4 communities that are patrons of this location, but I think that's when a lot of these questions will be resolved, is when we have proposals in hand.
Okay. So when those proposals come in hand, I mean, I would love to be, want to make sure that I'm a part of that. And then it looks like my time is up. I had some questions about Walter Reed to close this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to turn next for second round to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. All right. I want to pick back up on food access. So you said 3 grocery stores delivering in the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, so actually, I'm looking at other notes for supermarket tax credits, and I want to clarify. So for the 3 food grocers that we're looking at for Food Access Fund was Fresh Food Market,
Okay.
Mookie's Market, and then also Dreaming Out Loud, that is bringing a food experience to Good Hope Road, which is another market that we're looking at. So those are the 3 that are going to be delivered in the next 18 months.
Okay. All right. Then let's go back to Giant at Capitol Gateway, because when you said that initially, I was like, how could that possibly be delivering in the next 12 to 18 months?
No.
I recently was at EW Stokes over by Maya Angelou. It's still dirt with a fence. We acquired the property via eminent domain. What's the plans here? I had some Girl Scouts who asked me about it, so now I'm asking you.
Yeah, I can help answer that.
Okay.
So yeah, actually we are still working through the eminent domain process, and that's going well. But as you're right, once we eminent domain, we do acquire the land. And now we are continuing to work with the grocery store and their development entity to figure out how to develop the plan and create a concept that works for the site and the logistics on the site. And then we'll pursue that through council.
Okay. I would say in terms of expectation setting, because when you drive by that site, it still has a banner coming soon. I think the announcement was made in 2022. So the coming soon part, soon is not that sort of part. Let's talk about the Food Access Fund in general. It's largely funded with ARPA dollars. That money's going away. So well, first off, how much money do we have left in the fund? And are we going to expend all of the ARPA funding before the deadline?
I'm going to have my colleagues answer the second part. The first part, in terms of the Food Access Fund for restaurant experiences, we've spent upward of about $40 million.
Okay. Now, was the Food Access Fund only for restaurant experiences? I thought it was for both.
Food experiences that are going to go east, whether it's 5, 7, or 8.
No. I know, but you're saying food experiences. Does that restaurants or stores? Okay.
Or small grocers, correct.
All right. In terms of the grantees that you've done so far of the 40 million, what percentage have been restaurant food experiences versus market or grocery store food experiences?
I'll have to get back to you. I know it's at least over 60% of them are restaurants.
Okay. And just to clarify, in terms of the statistic that the deputy mayor did before about the 6%, were you counting the 3 markets that are coming online as part of that?
Correct.
Okay. So in the future. Got it. All right.
Correct.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page there. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about sports in general. A lot has happened since July when Dmped announced the sports team. Is that team still meeting?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I believe we're making some progress on the RFK situation. I'm gonna call it a situation because we don't really know what it is. But I guess what's the next public facing iterations of the work of that team? Or is a lot of this stuff happening behind the scenes for now?
Well, I mean, sports is an ongoing operation. And so we are very active with all of our teams. We are obviously following the monumental sports approvals in Virginia very closely, and very actively making plans that if they stay, that we have something that really responds in the Galway Place neighborhood to their modernizing that facility, and then considering alternative alternative outcomes. With the Nats, they are also looking at their future and wanting to deliver a tremendous experience. And so we are in active conversations with them, including MLS just approached us recently, wanting to make sure that the neighborhood around Buzzards Point is really, that they are part of the neighborhood, that they're contributing to the neighborhood, and that they're contributing to the district overall. And then I think the the new and interesting advancement that just got announced yesterday about or is ongoing right now, which is the transfer of property at RFK to the district. I was part of a 500-acre land transfer to the district from the federal government, and it can unlock tremendous economic opportunity. The entirety of the Navy Yard and what used to be called the Southeast Federal Center is what it is today because of a major land transfer and
Right.
agreement. So this now we are at a point at RFK because the lease is coming to an end where there's a convergence of opportunity. And the fact that there's a major sports team with the name Washington in front of it, to me means we should be talking to those folks and recruiting them back to the District of Columbia. So
Okay.
we are active in all those conversations. The sports team, what we're really trying to get our arms around is
Deputy Mayor, sorry, I have a minute to go, but
Okay.
I get you totally on that. I want to ask more about Buzzard Point. So I had an opportunity to meet with the team from DC United, and I'm overall not just thinking about what's happening with the stadium, but the vast amount of development that's happening around it, and wanting to ensure that the additional communities in that area, particularly Greenleaf Gardens, doesn't get left behind as you have this monumental amount of development that's happening. I'm curious to the extent that you all are having conversations with the DC Housing Authority about what's in the pipeline for Buzzard Point, so that perhaps they can make plans so we don't have this you have this nice shiny building situation and you literally go one block and you have deteriorating public housing. The haves and have-nots would be very much on display there.
Absolutely. So we are in regular conversation. I am in regular conversations with the Housing Authority. Dmped is not on the board of the Housing Authority at this moment. But it does not stop us from having important conversations. And I think particularly in Buzzards Point and all the way up through Greenleaf development, which actually is north of M Street, we have an opportunity, as Councilmember Bonds alluded to earlier, of really looking at a focused neighborhood plan that would incorporate all of these activities that are going on, because there's actually quite a bit of opportunity, I think, to create a really unified and vibrant as well as income diverse neighborhood there.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Next in the lineup is Councilmember Nadeau for second round.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Deputy Mayor, your pre-hearing responses indicate that there's a plan to apply for a rezoning of the Reeves Center site. Why is that necessary when it's already a high-density zone Arts 4?
Yeah, we'll have to check. I don't know that that's correct, but we will get back to you.
Okay. For Bruce Monroe, will we be able to assemble the financing to move forward on this phase of construction now that the project's been affirmed by the court?
Are we able to assemble the financing on Bruce Monroe?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, we're working through that. As you know, the Court of Appeals reaffirmed the zoning just at the end of January, and we've immediately started working with the development team. We actually met with the ANC Executive Committee last week, and I have a meeting with the full ANC today. So we are absolutely pushing forward on that. It is an incredibly important project to the community and to the district.
Thank you. I wish you luck at the ANC tonight. I believe they intend to reaffirm their support as well. And this committee will take up the disposition again next month. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for your steadfast support of this project. We are still waiting for an RFP for redevelopment of the Rita Bright Rec Center to co-locate housing there. Is that expected to come out soon?
I don't know about soon. I do want to be really straightforward. That site is relatively complicated, as you know, because of the bifurcation with the other community district assets at the south end. But we are pursuing it. We are in our due diligence phase right now, and we are working with DGS. And we will continue to keep your office up to date as the RFP develops.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One thing I noticed in question 8 of the pre-hearing responses, Dmped provides data on grant awardees by race, but I know that notice that there's no information on ethnicity, which means it's missing information on what we're awarding to Hispanic residents. Is that something that Dmped is tracking and just didn't include here, or is that something that we have a gap in data on?
Sabungali Cook, Director of Business Development and Strategy. So when we're looking at the information that we're capturing with grantees, it's on a volunteer basis. So they can opt in to say, to identify themselves. Currently, our information with the recipients, our awardees, 86% of them have identified, what their race is. And so we do have that information. We continue to keep refining how we ask this type of information, but also on a parallel track, something that I know my colleague will also talk about is a small business census that will capture a more comprehensive look around what the dynamics of our community look like in terms of small businesses. But as it pertains to what we're capturing in the applications and those grantees that are getting awarded, about 86% of those businesses are actually identifying themselves by race.
What about ethnicity?
Ethnicity, no.
So do we ask about it?
No, we don't.
Can we ask about it when we do the census?
It'll be something that I think will be included in the census, but I don't want to talk out of turn and allow my colleague to share more information about what's happening with the census.
Council member, just to jump in on the small business census that we're doing. I think you think there's a number of initiatives that Dmped is taking on to kind of improve how our dollars are allocated via grants or even contracts to our small business community. One of the major goals of the comeback plan was to increase minority businesses to 33% of the district. And to benchmark that number, the small business census will be create a comprehensive universe of small businesses in the district, including information on race, gender, ethnicity, to really understand what our small business community looks like, and to the extent that they've received funding from the district government and how we can better target our funds in the future. That effort is now underway. And in the next year, we hope to have that kind of full universe available to us to better target programs.
Okay, so that's a yes.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. There are several recommendations in the plan on transportation that I'm afraid, and this is the downtown action plan, sorry, that I'm afraid might be redundant. So I wanted to make sure we have some discussion on the record here. One goal is to create a long-term transportation plan for downtown DC that delineates modal hierarchies of streets, which sounds to me like exactly what's in the Move DC plan, which designates streets as transit, bicycle, or freight priority. Why do you think we need to plan all of that again rather than relying on what we've got in Move DC?
I'm not sure that we have to plan everything again, but I do think that the downtown DC bid and the Golden Triangle bid would like to relook and confirm that. And it's really street by street solutions, because what we're finding now is that it's a lot of different modes all at once. And is there a safer and better way to accommodate all modes of transportation and transit? And designate streets accordingly. So it's just really making sure that it's looked at again, but not redeveloping an entire new plan.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Similarly, the plan recommends a dynamic pricing program for parking, but we already have that downtown in Gallery Place. So I'm wondering, is the proposal to expand the program that exists or do something different?
We have dynamic pricing for publicly owned spots. What they are proposing is to really work closely with private parking owners, because there is an adequate parking across downtown when you include, and in many neighborhoods actually, when you include private parking. So that's one of their ideas. And again, the Downtown Action Plan identifies all these different solutions, and they are targeted at attracting people to come downtown, which is why they're interested in that dynamic pricing model. So take what we've
interesting.
learned from the public sector's practice of this and see if there are private partners that would be interested in applying those same principles.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. That's it for my round. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Next is Councilmember Bonds for a second round.
Thank you very, very much. I want to continue this discussion about parking. You piqued my interest. You said that parking is priced so that it would cause people to want to be downtown, to come downtown. I would like to know where I could find private lots that cause me to want to be downtown. I mean, that's a dream. I can tell you it's an absolute dream. We hear from individuals that have traditionally come to services downtown, like their doctor's offices, other kinds of facilities, or even just to go to a restaurant. And they are not saying that $18 an hour or for half an hour is reasonable for them to pay. And I would just really like to know where I can find this wonderful, reasonably priced parking. I can go to Silver Spring and park in the public parking lots, and it's really nominal. And many of my friends tell me that's where they go. And that's a problem because we want them to spend their money in the District of Columbia. So tell me where I can please find these parking lots.
Well, that's exactly the point, actually, of the recommendation is to engage the private sector that owns parking to say, would you consider dynamically priced parking, which would allow that when there's low volume or low demand of parking, that the parking rates would come down. And that's the point. And I think that it's a pretty innovative idea that the bids are coming up with to engage, again, the private sector that have interest also in attracting people downtown to use their parking facilities, but also to use the restaurants and everything else. And so that's where the recommendation comes from, is to offer more of a range of cost for parking, and to what I call reduce the friction for people to come and use our city as we want them to.
All right. Well, I certainly would be interested in what the outcomes might be of that. Could you be in touch with the committee as you're in touch with the bids, and maybe on a quarterly basis, we get some update as to how this is working? I think this is tantamount to getting people to utilize downtown again. And when I say people, I'm thinking about people who are in the district. Of course, we'd love for everyone from the suburban jurisdictions to come and use DC because we don't have a commuter tax. And this is one way we get repair of our roadways. So come on and use our facilities. We have the most wonderful restaurants in the region, and I'm hoping that they will utilize it as well. I wanted to ask a little bit about these the grants that your agency is or is considering receiving and applying for in this year. The statewide planning grant and state tourism grant program, the $13 million. Will it be used to support jobs training and placement, or to retain employees, or to subsidize businesses?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, it's all of those things. So there's several programs under this particular fund. One of them is our DC Family Fund Destination. The other one that you're talking about specifically is a Hospitality Technical Assistance and Workforce grant that was awarded to our Restaurant Association of the Metropolitan Washington and also Destination DC as they continue to expand and increase their capacity to service our hospitality and tourism sector through training, certifications, job placements, and creating pipelines for opportunities for future growth as well.
All right, how much was the grant value for that went to the Restaurant Association?
I'll have to pull that up. I don't have it on the top of my head right now.
Okay, okay, maybe you would, okay,
grab
please,
that.
Mr. Chairman. We would like to have that information. On the Nourish DC, it's a small grant. At least your budget is $2 million. Will it be used to support restaurants as well? This is from the Department of Agriculture, the one.
Correct. Fantastic question. So the Nourish DC program and this particular funding from USDA is to help us grow a food ecosystem. And so this round that we're launching in another 30 to 45 days is about how do we continue to grow our food ecosystem and infrastructure, example, like food refrigeration and some of those things. Those are challenges that we have here in the city. And so the USDA grant that we're preparing to launch here very soon is around continuing to build out that food ecosystem. So not necessarily for restaurants directly, but more broadly about the food ecosystem here, the infrastructure.
All right, so where would we find these refrigerators? You said it's refrigeration of the products, so they would be in restaurants, right?
No, not particularly. That's just an example. There are ideas and concepts across the country where there are offsite locations that are operated by independent providers that provide food refrigeration and storage for a litany of businesses. And so that's kind of the idea and the concept, particularly when you think about supply chain demands and delays. This is what the grant is engineered to do for us here in the city.
So we have the opportunity perhaps to set up a new cottage industry, which could lead to jobs.
It is an innovation.
All right.
Yes,
I
yes.
love it. I love it. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Of
I know I
course.
have a second, but I want to ask about the DC Venture Capital Program. This is the Treasury money, and it's quite a bit, 26 million. That's your budget. And I want to know if it's going to be used to increase or to retain businesses, if the focus is on minority-faced businesses or small businesses, or will it be used to maintain larger traditional businesses?
So not for larger traditional businesses. It's really focused on our startup community in those minority, in the minority community. When we're thinking about the businesses that we're looking to fund and those pre-seed dollars, we're talking about those tech companies and those tech-enabled companies. And so that's what it's focused on.
All right, so when we say tech companies, are we including minority-faced companies that are tech?
Just.
Absolutely.
I
Yeah,
wanted to
thank
make
you.
sure you knew that the time. had
Thank you.
expired. Okay.
I was watching it. Thank you. I just wanted to get that in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You can ask.
Yes.
Yes, all right. I'm gonna hold you to it. All right, thank you.
Really important question. I'm glad you raised that question, Councilman. We had intended to ask later on, but we can perhaps scratch that off of my list. I want to pick up where I left off, Deputy Mayor, with the question around DCHA and some of the families that are leaving the District of Columbia.
We will need to get back to you on that and coordinate with DCHA. We checked to see if we have that information. We don't have it on hand, but we will follow up.
Okay, look forward to the follow-up. Also, I want to touch base on Skyland. I intended to have some questions that were already asked, but I do have one follow-up on that because I understand there's a key deadline this Friday for the development team. And I wanted to know if you or OCFO would be able to convey a solution to the team before that deadline.
I cannot express how actively we are working on this project with the CFO, and I hope that we can come to resolution.
Okay.
I
Can you
can't
just keep us
commit to
apprised
it,
of-
but
yeah,
we will keep you apprised.
Okay, thank you for that. This also was touched upon earlier, which is the sports unit within Dmped. But I wanted to ask one follow-up question because I understand there continues to be some work done on the sports study. And I understand you all commissioned that a while ago. Can you give us a status update on that study? When we can anticipate it being published?
Status update is that we continue to work with the vendor on the study. And there are a number of parts, and obviously the landscape is changing. And as the deputy mayor mentioned, there's a number of different organizations that have come to us in the past few months. So it's certainly in progress, but I don't have a date as to when to be
Can you
released.
give the committee a sense of what the goal of the study is? Because it seems like, given the climate and given some of the things that have happened more recently, that those events are also informing what the study might look like. And so if you could give us a sense of like what the goal of the study is and how you all are approaching some of the more recent events surrounding district teams or teams with a Washington at the beginning of the next.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, that's exactly, it's one of those things where what we are studying is changing while we're studying it. And so the goal of the study is to understand really fundamentally the sports ecosystem, particularly in DC, but really also learning from other jurisdictions and what have they done. And then also to understand what are the benefits, what are the drivers, and also what are the different financing and funding tools that we can use in order to ensure that we can continue to have a very healthy ecosystem, but also that we're making sure that what we invest in provides a significant return in terms of public value.
Okay, and can you say whether or not this study is specifically include some aspects of how the district intends to make decisions around the Washington Commanders or RFK or Monumental?
So the study includes all of the major sports teams and assets in the district.
Okay. Does that include the Spirit?
Well, no, we have spoken to the Spirit, but it does not currently contemplate them. But I mean, at the same time, a number of it is analogous. I mean, what they're looking for, we would be able to use other information from the study.
Okay.
On as well.
Anything included? I imagine the Nats are included. I know there's some recent events around Events DC and the Nats that got worked out, which is good news. DC United, anything that also focuses on what is going on at Buzzard Point regarding DC United? I don't know. I want to ask a closing question. I kind of want to just lob that over to you and see if you have a response around that. Yeah,
I mean, it includes DC United in the sense that it includes the soccer facility and a lot of the purpose of the study was to do fairly deep and robust economic analysis on what does it mean when we have one of these facilities. Some facilities are islands, some facilities are integrated. What is the cost benefit of both of those kinds of placemaking? So it does include DC United, but in terms of, for instance, the future of that arena and things like that, it doesn't necessarily specifically identify that, but it sort of informs the basis for how we would make our decisions.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. We broached this a bit at our roundtable on the future of downtown and Capital One Arena last month. And I know, Deputy Mayor, you talked a little bit about Monumental, but I'm interested in where things stand and what you might be able to share around lease terms, both with the ESA and Capital One Arena. I know everybody is waiting to see what happens in Virginia, but I'm just curious if you can give us some additional insights on how we're positioning ourselves to be ready one way or another.
Well, the first is to really play out in our minds, in general, like if they stay, what are we going to do? We've been pretty clear that $500 million that we had offered them to stay, we want to keep, and that will become integral to modernizing the arena, which ultimately is one of the things that the teams require or need in order to stay. So that's, one part of the plan. Like I said, looking at how do you create Gallery Place Chinatown to be the entertainment epicenter with Capital One Arena there as the anchor to that, in combination with MLK Library and the convention center and all the museums and theaters around there. How do we really create vibrancy in our retail storefronts and introduce more residential to support all of those uses and to really build out a true community? But in the case that the teams are successful in Virginia and move to Virginia, we believe that an investment in that key location in DC, that more than 5 acres right in the heart of what I called our entertainment epicenter, that vision does not change. And so if we were to adaptively reuse the existing facility, that would hopefully bring the cost and the price tag requirements down. But if we were to go so far as to want to demolish that facility so that we could accommodate a new anchor use, that 500 million also becomes incredibly important. So that's where we are. We have been unequivocal to the sports teams to say, we want you back in DC. We want you to stay here. We think that we want to be the sports capital.
Just with the time I have, I hate to interrupt, but I think the preliminary timeline, and correct me if I'm wrong, was for you all, the task force, the Gallery Place Task Force, to have some recommendations or outcome by September. Is that correct? And if so, if that's still the timeline that you all are working from?
Yeah, I think we'll definitely have interim steps before September. We'll have something to show people before September what some of the alternatives and ideas are.
And just a couple seconds left. Just a follow-up to Capital Gateway. I intended to ask questions about this that were already asked, but is there any formal agreement with Capital Gateway? With the anchor grocery store?
Oh, any formal agreement with the giant?
Yeah.
No formal agreement, no written agreement, but we have been, working with them very extensively and meeting with them.
Okay. All right, my time has expired for this round. I'm going to turn. All right, I'm going to go back to Councilmembers Janice Lewis George for the third round.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, as you know, I'm very supportive of Walter Reed development and have even passed 2 pieces of emergency legislation that were needed for the development to move forward in a timely manner. One of those bills made a technical correction to setback lines that prevented a pause in the construction of home ownership units. We also introduced a permanent version of the bill, and it had a hearing last week. Is the construction proceeding as planned, or is additional legislative support needed?
Is construction on what proceeding is planned?
When I introduced the technical correction to the setback lines, it was so that it would prevent a pause in the construction of the home ownership units. We introduced a permanent version of the bill, and that had a hearing last week. I'm asking, is construction proceeding as planned, or is additional legislative support needed in this area?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. The second emergency that I introduced was the ensured that payments are made into the Walter Reed Reinvestment Fund and then issued as a grant to the developer. So let's start with that legislation. When is the next payment due to be made to the reinvestment fund? And will it be made timely?
Well, the prior payment was, I believe, intended to be made in, I want to say October or November. And at the time it was not made. And we are continuing to work with the developer to understand how we can help collaborate on getting them to make it.
Okay. When is the second payment due? The emergency legislation will expire in July. And will we need to pass another emergency or include permanent language in the Budget Support Act?
I'd have to talk to our legislative team on that.
Okay. The administration recently announced it is providing additional incentives to attract businesses to the Walter Reed development. I was happy to find out about that via social media. How many retail spaces in the development are currently vacant, and are there any leased that are not yet opened?
Are there any, I'm sorry, leases, did you say?
Are there how many retail spaces in development are currently vacant, and are there any leased that are not yet open?
Okay. Yeah, I don't have the exact number as to number of retail spaces that are open, but we could certainly get that to you, as well as a schedule of when the leases will open.
Okay. And can you have a timeline for full retail occupancy at the development in the effort to make sure that we are going to meet that timeline?
We can include that in the schedule. I mean, the retail at the development is currently doing very well. We have a lot of different new community amenities. We've heard from the community members. They're really thrilled. Obviously, we have the Whole Foods, which was opened with a lot of fanfare last year, and a lot of different food options. We have local food options. We have recipients of the Food Access Fund. So the campus is thriving thanks to Mayor Bowser's investment and continued commitment to it. We can get you a schedule as to when we think the remaining spaces will be leased.
Got it. I want to talk about the residential, both rental and home ownership at the development. Is the residential portion of the development on track to meet its completion and occupancy targets? I know the district has invested millions of dollars in this development, and we all want it to be successful. And so I want to make sure, that it doesn't stall. So what is the plan to ensure this development meets all of its targets?
Well, yeah, the development is, because it's a master development, it has a very long timeline on it. And so to say whether it is meeting its timelines, yes, it is meeting its timelines right now. But the timelines extend well into the future. So right now, we can get you totals, but I mean, I believe they've produced over 1,000 units of housing. We have a mix of for sale home ownership. We have a mix of rental home ownership. We have a mix of co-living home ownership. So it's really been a diverse mix of types of units. And yeah, they're proceeding very aggressively, and we continue to support them to do so.
Great. I'll continue in our support. If you can let me know on the legislative pieces, whether from the legislative team, as soon as possible, sort of what actions may need to be further taken to make sure that payments are on time and things are moving forward in a timely manner. Please do let us know. We've been working in close conjunction with the development team for the last 3 years on that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I want to go lastly to the disparity study. Thank you, Dmped, for your meeting the promise to complete this disparity study. I know there were some hiccups over the years, and then we needed additional funding, which we were able to put in for the disparity study. This is the disparity. You all sent us April 7th, 2023, a letter to the council. This was the disparity study to evaluate whether there were any disparities or differences between the percentage of contract and procurement dollars each organization awarded to persons of color and women-owned businesses during the study period that was evaluated. Based on the findings of the study, there was a finding that there were disparities that exist between the availability of contracts between persons of color and women-owned businesses. The disparity study results made recommendations for how the district could cure these disparities. I want to know, and in the letter that Mayor Bowser sent to the council, she made a commitment that moving forward, they were going to work towards improving contracting processes to make it a force for equal opportunity. Since the results of the study, I want to know sort of what updates or any changes have been made based on the results of the disparity study to close the substantial disparities that do persist. In fact, it does have higher than for persons of color and for women-owned firms.
Thank you, council member. And I think I wanted to thank Councilmember McDuffie for his investments in disparity study over the years, as well as in addition to the council's coordination on this very important and historic study. This was the district's first ever consolidated disparity study looking at over $8 billion worth of contracts in the district, largely in construction, and provided, as you mentioned, almost 20 recommendations, almost all of which are race and gender neutral actions the district can take and can analyze more immediately in terms of how our operations and contracting systems work, in addition to race and gender conscious actions that really require some strict scrutiny and legal grounding, especially in today's environment and the courts environment. The work that's ongoing now is being led by the Office of Contracting and Procurement, as well as DSLBD in our agency. Those two agencies are most impacted in terms of day-to-day operations by some of these recommendations to how we contract, how we analyze and think about businesses, both small and large, and then how we can best adapt or adopt some of these recommendations into current state of practice, along with the CBE program that we have already. Their work continues. Dmped has continued to be an advisor to that work. And I'll also say that every disparity study that's done in any jurisdiction finds a disparity. I think what was unique about the district's disparity study is that the availability rates and the utilization rates, the two metrics the disparity study looks at, were some of the highest that our disparity experts had seen in the country. Almost $3 billion went to district minority-owned businesses out of that study scope. And I think we've committed ourselves to continuing to do disparity studies in the future as just common practice. And OCP and DSLBD should be able to report back on the kind of where we are with those recommendations shortly.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. And Director, I know you have a lot on your plate, but I do think it was a,
Councilmember Lewis George.
Oh, shoot. That was basically me saying thank you. I was ending with, this was my last round, but I was actually wanting to say thank you to Councilmember McDuffie for ensuring that the study actually happened, went through. There were some hiccups, but your team remained consistent on that. So I just wanted to thank your team for that. And I hope that you all will continue in the advisement of Office of Contract Procurement and DSLBD based on those outstanding things. So thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and appreciate.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Turning to Councilmember Henderson for our third round.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I want to talk a little bit about overall doing business in the district. We think about downtown. I've told you this. One of the things I do feel like we can lean in is on the quote unquote eds and meds, but not just from the meds side. I'm looking at I want labs where you can't take that work home. I mean, I guess you could, it might be a little dangerous, but you should not take that work home is a better avenue. I think we've seen some great progress in terms of universities who still desire to be in the nation's capital because their students desire to have an experience in the nation's capital. Is there anyone on your team who's actively working on, I don't want to say recruitment, but I guess wooing that particular sector who might be looking to expand here in the district?
So we have at minimum 15 people working, doing business attraction and development, not just within Dmped, but also in the economic partnership. The key thing that we're doing right now, so while we're actively continuing to reach out to businesses, what we're really doing, and you mentioned ed, so I'll just focus on that one industry sector, is looking at what we think our advantages are in 6 industry sectors. And when you talk about education or you talk about healthcare, the industry is enormous. And so the real question is, what is the district's opportunity within that enormous industry to meet a need or a niche? So it's going to be very difficult when it comes to lab space, although not impossible, to compete with the 270 corridor where there's a lot of open land and a huge concentration of PhDs and other kinds of resources there. Right. However, on biotech technology, maybe that's a niche for us. So what I'm asking our team to analyze is to deep dive into the industry itself and understand where we have a particular competitive advantage, and let's go after those businesses, because I think that it's important that we have a targeted approach to business attraction that includes targeted incentives to attract those businesses here. Because what's going to attract a tech business here is going to be really different than what attracts an entertainment business that entertains a biotech business.
Okay. Are there any regulations that you all have sort of identified that would make it difficult for a biotech firm or, associated companies to be able to locate in our downtown area, whether it be zoning or some other thing?
I'd have to look into that. Right now, I'm just trying to get the niche of where we, the sub-industries within large industries that we should be going after, and then we can start to parse whether or not we have the right kind of space here
Yeah.
that accommodates that, and then what kinds of regs would need to be adjusted in order to accommodate and recruit those types of businesses.
Okay. Have you heard from any businesses? So, in terms of, we have new businesses that we want to come, we've got businesses that we want to stay. I'm going to tell you something that's sort of surprised me. So, as you know, for clean hands purposes, everybody has to sort of go through OTR and get documentation. And even if you're opening a business, you have to visit the CFO's office at some point. And then when I learned a few weeks ago that they're not physically going to be in their building for the next year, I thought, that's interesting, because I often hear from businesses where they say, I just want to go down and I want to talk to someone. And I'm curious if you're hearing that this is going to be a challenge for being able to expedite conversations for businesses to get what they need to stay or open.
Well, I think that, first of all, the CFO seems very collaborative and interested in making sure that he's a part of, and his organization's part of our success. Having said that, right now we are encouraging, at least on the executive branch, greater in-office attendance and moving to 4 days a week, starting next month, in order to be present for businesses, for residents, when they have a question and we're coming in person is easier for them. And that's our primary goal. So,
Okay. It is, and I don't think they're making like a stylistic choice if we're letting people work from home. My understanding is that their building is going to be under renovation and they're literally not going to be in there for the next year. Haven't had any conversations in terms of if they're locating a satellite office, but I imagine this could be a tension point that we might want to figure out a plan for in advance of it becoming a larger problem. I want to follow up on some questions about the housing development piece. And I know that's not all in your wheelhouse, the 36,000. While it is certainly lauded, I want to applaud for our ability to have, I think you said 90% we've delivered on. When we look at the various planning areas, we haven't necessarily been so successful. A couple of weeks ago, the director of GHCD, I asked about Rock Creek West. I said, how's it going, Rock Creek West? And she said, I have to get back to you, which was I was like, okay, you have like 20 people behind you. Nonetheless, literally the next day, there was a press release from the Office of Planning about Rock Creek West and what we were going to sort of do in that area. I think that the fact that we've only delivered 135, 136 towards our target, I know it's tough, but how are you thinking about accelerating our ability to truly meet our goal there, so we don't have a situation where, although Councilmember Nadeau was talking about Ward 1 and their desire to continue to produce affordable housing, they shouldn't be the only ones.
Well, we totally agree. I think that this is an important well, first of all, we always look to where we have property that we can leverage. That's why the Chevy Chase recreational site is so important. Library and Recreation Center site is so important. The district owns it. We can leverage it to introduce more housing. We, I think, have an opportunity to work with our partners, such as UDC and others that have a presence in that neighborhood to figure out how we can introduce more housing. I think that there's an important conversation to be had with the community about densification of that neighborhood and why it's important for everybody, including the existing residents, because it is important that we have mixed income neighborhoods, that people can live where they want to live, regardless of their income status. And so I think that those are the types of values that we universally share. And I think that the rubber hits the road when you're talking about a specific site and it's impacting a particular community. And that's where the real conversations need to happen. And so that we can advance a more equitable agenda as it comes to housing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Nadeau for a third round.
Trying very hard to make this my last one, Chairman. Deputy Mayor, back to the downtown action plan. So there's a recommendation to establish dedicated pedestrian zones building on ongoing district experimentation like 18th Street and Adams Morgan and examples from other major downtowns. I absolutely appreciate the shout out to Adams Morgan pedestrian zone, but if I can be honest, it failed in several ways that I don't think we really took lessons from as a government. Unfortunately, I had to put out emergency legislation to get movement on DC acquiring barriers that the mayor's own program approved and gave money to the bid to acquire. And then the bid was trying to give them back to the government and nobody was willing to take them. And not only are the standards DC uses to block a street inconsistent and expensive for event organizers, they're actually far less safe than these barriers and other more modern measures. So all of our experiences in Adams Morgan have revealed that the mayor desperately needs to make updates to the special events process rather than just trying to throw money at the problem using the special events fund. Otherwise, there's a lot in this plan that your own administration is going to be your worst enemy on. So I wanted to ask if you have any thoughts on how we can fix that process. And I'm planning on moving forward some proposed reforms that would be great if we could collaborate on, or they could be received in a collaborative way by the executive rather than having to fight over them. And I'm curious, in addition to any thoughts you have on fixing our current system for special events, road closures and street closures, what cities have you seen that you think do this well?
Well, first off, I would love to collaborate with you. I think that when I've talked about the future of our city, including growing into being a cultural and entertainment destination, we need to really look at special events, how we encourage them, how we manage them, and how we deliver them. So for ease of doing business, both on the event organizer side, but as well as make it work for the community that is hosting the event. So absolutely, you'll have collaboration from me, and I would love to hear about your experience so that I can focus the team, even if it's a cross-cutting team outside of my cluster, work with my colleagues across the government to, again, I call it reducing the friction to deliver these. To deliver these events and make it better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We should touch base on it before anyone puts any more legs on that part of the plan. Can you talk more about the proposed soft landing program to attract international companies that the downtown plan mentions? And is that related to business licensing?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So the soft landing program is really a concept where we're collaborating with 3 different external stakeholders: the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership, the Black Chamber of Commerce, the DC Chamber of Commerce, and the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. These are 4 different partners that work in the international space, whether it's through FDI or doing B2B engagement to support our businesses here in terms of like Export DC. And so when we think about how we attract businesses here, replicating models that we've seen in other jurisdictions and even in other countries, identifying how we support those businesses that are looking to come here from other countries. And so that soft landing program, we're engineering and prioritizing how they soft land in one of our districts, which is Penn West. And so thinking about that as a great landing pad, a launch pad for businesses to graze and to start and to grow here in the city. And so that soft landing is to coordinate work across those three chambers and also the partnership to roll out a concept that allows us comprehensively to be competitive and to share clear direction around where we're making recommendations. So one of those would be Penn West Corridor, but also there are other areas across the city, but that's one of our major stakeholders, Penn West, along with the universities and the other partners.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I also wondered how the proposal landed at 10 years for a TOPA exemption. What's the reason that that's needed?
Council member, I think, and it's, I think, important to also remember that this is a recommendation from the downtown bid and the Golden Triangle bid,
Mhm.
to both the mayor and the council. The 10-year exemption is likely pulling from the housing and downtown program that includes a similar length of duration for a TOPA exemption as part of that program.
I see. Thank you for that clarification, and I will certainly follow up with them as well. There's also a goal to evaluate the HPRB process to ensure a productive balance between housing supply and historic preservation goals. Is there anything about that process that stands out to Dmped as in need of closer examination?
I will I think what we need to evaluate as a city are all the things that add tremendous time to the development process. And so I don't think that, HPRB is one of those components. And what we're coming into right now is a period where many of our buildings across the district, and particularly in downtown, are beyond the 50-year age. We're starting to hit that period where they may qualify for historic preservation. Here we are actively and in this moment needing to reposition assets, which might include pulling them down because their configuration and their original design does not meet any current commercial office needs or are not configurable to residential. So I think that when we talk about repositioning downtown and making it a more mixed-use community or communities, then we also have to evaluate what are the processes. TOPA is one of them, HPRB is another, but we could actually go on a couple others that might be introducing more time, risk, and uncertainty to a developer or an investor that might be interested in our marketplace.
That's helpful to know. And I'll just say, I'm with you on the HPRB, but with TOPA, one of the reasons it adds so much time is because we don't have the adequate preservation funding in place to get these projects rolling. So I'm hoping that the comprehensive study that you mentioned earlier can help us do that so that we can talk more about how TOPA is actually helping on the preservation and not think of it as a detriment to the development process.
We should definitely talk more about TOPA. I think it's incredibly important to put things in context. In downtown, you're talking about 10-story buildings. These are investments that might be anywhere between, at minimum, $300 million and north of that. And we're talking about new construction as well, where an investor that is investing in building a new building is going to require, on average, a 5 to 7 year takeout. That is not the best candidate of building. For example, for TOPA, I don't believe that really serves and is the target market that TOPA is trying to protect. So these are some of the things that I believe that we need to speak about to make sure that, again, we're attracting investors in doing office to housing conversions rather than deterring them, and making sure that the interests of the people that we're trying to protect are in fact protected and not kind of pulling in too broad a net.
Okay, we're going to agree to disagree on that, and I'm going to let the chairman continue on with the hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. We're going to turn to Councilmember Barnes for a third round, but before we do so, I want to acknowledge that we've been rejoined by Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Fuhrman, and we've been joined by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker. Councilmember Barnes for third round.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to speak to Dmped about taking a look at your new programs and initiatives implemented by the agency during the past fiscal years, and of course, as you're trying to move forward. And in looking at all of these programs, the Shop in DC, Inclusive Innovation, Bid, just, I think it's like maybe 12, 13, including Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. When I do the math, I realize that in FY 2023, we'll just talk about 23, you had more than $30 million to hand out. In 2022, more than 78 million to hand out. And today, thinking about 2024, where we are, you got 14 million. Times have changed clearly in the money buckets as well. And my concern is, how do we do what we know we must do to preserve our little small DC society and move forward? I mean, that is why my first question was around strategy. Strategy, it's got to be beyond downtown, clearly. Downtown is a big part of it. But we've got to think about economic hubs or nodes that we create across this, 69 square miles. And I wondered where you really are on that. And I wanted the public to understand what we're really working with today as far as what we can shell out. And I know you're going to get more money because we talked about 26 million and what have you, perhaps, but still, it's an awesome task. And I thank you all for doing it.
Well, I think that you have properly captured the sentiment of where we are today. We are going to be working with less in the future. And so in times like this, we have to prioritize and we have to have earnest conversations. But I also think it's incredibly important to plan for how we recover. And so that's what I hope we're doing. And I personally am most invested in what those strategies and prioritizations are, because there's a way to do it so that we come out of this as quickly as possible and that we generate the revenue that's allowed us to sustain development throughout the city.
And I appreciate that response, and I certainly anticipated that kind of response. But I'm also practical. And practicality tells me, where are we today? Where are we seeing any growth? For instance, is the realty community beginning to express interest in some of the vacant properties that we have downtown, as an example? Are businesses moving into neighborhood, quarters, commercial corridors? That's the kind of information that would inform me that we are beginning, even if it's a slow recovery, even if it's a slow reimagining how we will look.
I think what's most important to harness right now is to reduce the barriers to entry for businesses and for investors to do business here. Right now, when we compare the cost of doing business in the district compared to the cost of doing business in other jurisdictions, we have a high cost profile. Now, that reflects a lot of our values as a city, and that can be okay because people will pay a premium to be here if it reflects their values. But there is a tipping point to that, and we have to be cognizant of it, and we have to have those conversations about what can we do to reduce the time to do business in the district, make it easier, and to reduce the cost, not just to businesses, but also to residents to live here. And that's really what I think the hard work of the next, frankly, year to 4 years has to be. It has to be focused on ensuring that we remain competitive. And that's what I am most concerned about and what I think we control. We control as a DC government between the council and the executive and the CFO, how to reduce and make the cost of doing business here and the cost of living here better.
All right. And so when we talk about housing, which, certainly is very important to me, how are we messaging to the realty community the importance of housing beyond what they see, and that is an escalation of the cost unit by unit? How are we really getting them to understand that you can move a unit, 10, 20%, and then, the open market, at least, you can continue to move the cost of housing and you will find some clients, but you may not have clients in your housing that will do the grunt work and that will drive the metro system, that will work in the restaurants. In other words, you'll have high end, but you will not have those that can afford to really live here. So what kind of messaging are we giving to them that would help them to understand that the rent is too high and they have to begin to reduce it? And I know that means that they'll have to begin to think about less in the way of profit. I once asked them, is your profit 30%, 100%, 3%? And you know what they said? All of that.
So I would like to flip the conversation a little bit. The business community is, I think, been very willing to deliver housing. And you see that because of the production of new housing. So I don't think that that inherently is an issue. I think that the high cost of rent reflects the cost to a developer to develop that housing. So there is a basic supply and demand issue. And we have constrained, like the housing, or the Height Act, for example, that constrains the ability to deliver more housing. Things like when we want to densify projects, if we don't permit that, that constrains the ability to deliver more housing. And so the cost to the developer increases because the land cost and the development cost is fixed. So if they can't deliver more houses or more units, it becomes difficult for them to offer more competitive pricing. There's lots of factors. And, we were just talking a minute ago about TOPA. What I've been told by investors and developers is that adds about 18 months to the sales process.
It does.
And so when you do that, now all of a sudden the costs are going up. When we can't process quickly enough vouchers and qualifying people for these affordable housing units, and a developer has to wait 12 or 18 months to fill space that they've already built. They've built it. They want it to be there. That's on us. So to me, I'm really interested in understanding what the government can do to accelerate getting people into units. That will help the developer bring the price down because now they have rental income sooner. So there's a yin and a yang. I never like to approach a problem, pointing fingers. Instead, we need to look at the system and what is it that we can do to bring those costs down, because ultimately that does have an impact on the ultimate price that a renter pays. If I may just say, one more thing.
I'm gonna hold you to a 10 seconds on your last thing.
So right now we're going through an unprecedented economic time with the real estate market. And I'm not going to justify an individual developer's profit margin and what they require, but it is a high risk, high reward business. And right now there is significant risk in real estate, which is why they demand the profit margins that they do when times are good. I'm not.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you, Councilmember Barnes. I'm going to turn Now to Councilmember Matt Fruman for a round.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Albert. On the Chevy Chase Civic Corps, I do want to thank you and your office for all of the work that you've done. On the RFP process actually was a pretty extraordinary process where you used an RFP vehicle. And then once the RFP came out, and there was some discussion about this earlier, you have done one addendum already to that. I think you've cleaned up something that was going to be a real problem, which was a requirement that the alley be used for access that was going to physically just wasn't going to work. And you also took out the priority for projects that had minimal parking. So I'm grateful to you for having done those things. I think that paves the way to getting better and better proposals, and it's an exciting time. I think I heard you say that you think the real discussion should be once we've seen proposals from developers. That's a thing that I've said for quite a while. Let's take a breath. Let's see what creative people can come up with. The RFP, I was intrigued because as I read the RFP, there were things in it that in some ways pulled in different directions. And so, or at least had an element of ambiguity. So one of the things that came up earlier was affordable housing, which has been a driver for this project for a long time. On the one hand, there's the statutory minimum. On the other hand, there's the output from our RFP process where the community has said that they want to see more affordable housing there. And as you do your evaluation of proposals, I hope you will elevate the criteria that were the focus that came out of our RFP process, because you can, in a way, you can pick and choose among your elements that you're going to focus on, but I hope that you will continue to elevate that input, because I think that's the path to a successful project. And I just would love your assurance that yes, that RFP process is going to be not the only component, but an important component of how you're going to evaluate proposals.
Well, I will confirm that for you. Yes, we
Thank
will
you.
seriously consider all the inputs that we've received, particularly from the community during the RFP process.
I really do appreciate that. And I look forward to a very successful project there. Moving to a different place that we've spoken very briefly about, the Department of Homeland Security site. There's been conversation about how Rock Creek West has lagged in terms of housing production and affordable housing production. In some ways, I don't know, I take pride in that. A big chunk of what's been achieved is at the Lisner home, where I was the chair of the board at the time that we got that project going, but it's got to be more than that. And so the Chevy Chase Civic Corps is important, but then we have big opportunities. So, and the one big opportunity that isn't tomorrow is the Department of Homeland Security site at Nebraska Avenue in Massachusetts. And I'm curious to what extent you're thinking about things we could do to prepare the ground so that we can make the most of that site as soon as practicable.
Well, I think that, so we're talking about the Nebraska Avenue complex. That's what the Department of Homeland Security calls it, on the corner of Nebraska Avenue and Massachusetts Avenue, near American University. That site, I think, is a prime opportunity for us to partner with the federal government and do a small area plan now. I think that setting that up while the federal government is, vacating that property, and then also preparing it to go through the disposal or disposition process. Right now, as a city, we should be partnering with the federal government to determine what we want that site, what kinds of density we want there, what kinds of uses could that site accommodate, how would it be laid out and designed, and what kind of infrastructure would it need, so that when the federal government is ready to offer that site to somebody other than other federal agencies, they'll approach the district first, that we can choose to step in as the buyer, or that we've already approved and conceived of what that plan would look like if then we pass on it and have a private developer work directly with the federal government.
And I love that idea. I want to underscore the importance of including the nearby community and the ANCs in that process, and really very much look forward to working with you to try to make that happen as soon as possible, because it's not going to be tomorrow, but it's going to be someday, and let's be ready. Another one that's not going to be tomorrow in a sense is Friendship Heights, the Lord and Taylor site and the WMATA bus garage. To what extent are you in conversations with WMATA about what it would take for us to get that project back on track? As you may know, it's come out of the capital plan because of WMATA's financial challenges. It's important for WMATA. It's important for the district that we not have those giant sites sit fallow for a decade. Is there anything we can do to try to move that along?
I haven't spoken with WMATA about that particular site in some time, but I will definitely do that. As you know, I'm very familiar with WMATA's rules as it pertains to joint development, as well as strategies. So give me some time and I'll follow up with you after I've had a conversation with them.
All right, I'm going to run out of time and I'm pulled in a bunch of different directions. So I'm just going to leave you with a couple of other things. Maybe you can answer one of them, but I understand that you may be playing a role in thinking about how to implement or which of the recommendations from the Rachel Clark's proposal on the national park lands, and working with NPS to try to take advantage of NPS properties in the district in a way that makes sense for the district. I'm going to want to be a partner with you on that. A different question that people have been asking me about is the Harrington Hotel, which is for sale. And I wonder if you are looking at whether or not that could be a site that made sense for the district to purchase and then do an RFP on, whether it's close to the boundaries for the Chinatown task force. How are you thinking about the Harrington Hotel today?
I have not been approached about the Harrington Hotel. I know that it's been in discussion. Happy to follow up with the owners. I think that there are many interested parties approaching the district about acquiring private property. I think we would need to be incredibly strategic about when and why we do that, simply because it's expensive. And then we are carrying the operating costs of maintaining those buildings until they're available to be repositioned. And I'm not convinced that that's always, it would really have to be an unusual circumstance where that would make sense for the district.
Okay, well, I'll just leave you with one last unusual circumstance, which is the Intelsat building, which I hope we will someday acquire.
Thank you, Councilmember Froome. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round.
Good to see you again, Deputy Mayor. This week, there was an announcement of the Downtown Action Plan and progress made there. There's two very specific things I want to gain clarity on. One is around the proposed change to the Height Act. I know the mayor has seemingly shifted her position on this topic over the years, and I would better like to understand where Dmped is in assessing changes, the process that would need to be taken to change and lobby changing to the district's Height Act, and what impact might that have on future plans for downtown DC?
I wanted to clarify that the Downtown Action Plan in particular are recommendations proposed by the Downtown DC bid
Yes.
and the Golden Triangle bid. So these are recommendations to all of us to consider. I'd like to revisit the Height Act and just sort of explore where there's opportunity. What it would take is an act of Congress, I believe. So
I know, but to be clear, the mayor in past years was very much against changing the Height Act. In recent years, as recent as this year, she seemed to be open to the prospect. I'm by no means asking you to speak on behalf of the mayor or her views there, but has Dmped Given that the downtown action plan suggests changes, looked into it, began a review around the process and an understanding of the impact that changes to the Height Act may have on future plans for downtown.
Yeah, I think we should explore this topic and just see if it makes sense. Again, we are in unprecedented times in terms of what's happening within the office market, which so dramatically impacts downtown. And so I'd like to put all options on the table, and then we need to sort through which ones really would make a difference and that we would advocate for.
Okay. And so one last follow-up there. It is my understanding to date, there's no work in assessing changes to the Height Act, but you seem open to it as a possibility.
That's correct. There's no work being currently conducted on the Height Act, but right now I'm very open to all solutions.
Got it. And then the second is on the cost. That downtown action plan came in at roughly $400 million. This may have come up earlier in today's hearing and I may have missed it, but I know the mayor and the council generously offered $500 million to Monumental Sports. Where would that type of money come from? Is the thought, should Monumental Sports in fact leave the district, that we could exchange that spending proposal for the downtown action plan, should the mayor embrace it? Or are there other opportunities for dedicating revenue to take action on what is being proposed?
So again, these are the BID's recommendations. We have not processed all of their recommendations. And so I don't have a firm answer as to whether or not we would endorse or put forward budget proposals, off of that menu of items that add up to 400 million. I know that the action plan identifies $25 million worth of investments in the for FY25. So I'm really focused on that. I will say, I do think, and again, when we are going through this time of contraction of revenue and needing to prioritize, I would like to look comprehensively at, what investments would be really the most critical to making sure that our downtown recovers as quickly as possible.
And that makes a lot of sense. I imagine the dealings with Monumental will play out over time. And so focusing on what needs to happen in the current fiscal year and then dealing with the remainder later makes a lot of sense. I want to transition to Strong Family, Strong Futures, which is the innovative pilot program that dedicated money for moms in wards 5, 7, and 8. Has Dmped released a more robust report on the program than the one that was released in December 2022? And I'm asking because repeatedly we've requested data on how moms are spending the money, what findings have we concluded, and essentially how successful the program has been.
Sure, I can share a little bit of this. This was, as you mentioned, a very innovative program, not only because of what it provides, but also in comparison to similar projects around the country that are mainly privately funded. This was a public investment the Councilmember McDuffie invested in, and then the mayor invested in FY24. This has been a highly successful program. We do have some more information I'm happy to share with you here about some of the data. Martha's Table, who's the implementing partner here, is finalizing their evaluation of the first year of the program, and we're hoping to keep that investment going into a second year. But just some of the highlights for you, maybe 33% of respondents reported being able to pay for childcare, 29% reported being able to pursue employment opportunities. I think on the impact side, and again, we're talking about participants making $32,000 or less, majority of which in Ward 7 and 8, because we knew that raising a child, the cost was around $30,000 a year on average for new moms in the district. And based on this, just after 6 months, moms reporting concerns about housing security dropped by 31 percentage points. Inability to pay for utilities or bills dropped by 24 percentage points. So we've learned a lot about the short-term impact of what that amount of money can provide to families and to help stabilize them. I think what we've heard as part of the ongoing conversations is how we continue that support and connect them with services in the district that already exist. One of those being the financial assistance that Cbed offers that we provided free trainings for the moms to participate in.
And so as part of the legislation, a report was required. I hear you loud and clear that you're finalizing your review of the year. When might we expect a final report about the latest findings from the program?
We'll check in with Martha's table, but I think sometime this quarter.
This quarter, great. And then just in my last 20 seconds there, how are you thinking about continuing to assist families or moms that are coming to an end on the program or that may transition out of the program?
And generally, this kind of conversation around benefit cliffs or fiscal cliffs that come after a program like this, we're taking into consideration. I think one important thing is when we stood up this program, we really wanted to make sure that no moms were participating lost any kind of benefits that they were already taking. And we're happy to report as part of this program, no mom has lost any kind of benefits in addition to the money that we're providing, SNAP, WIC, TANF. When you think about a second year, I think what we saw as out of the results is that kind of shock, that initial impact of positive activity and the impact that it had on the families. We want to make sure we keep that going and walking with these mothers for another year. This model has also been taken by DHS in their they call the Career Map program, where they're walking with members of the FRSP families for multiple years with the end goal of kind of workforce employment. I think we're taking a similar model here, not walking just for 1 year, but multiple years here to kind of connect moms to services. For example, free pre-K 3, right? How do you connect moms in this cohort to programs like that?
Okay. I am over time, but thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I don't recall if I left off somewhere or not, but I will figure that out. Let me talk about another topic that's been covered a bit earlier in this hearing, and that's new communities. It's a program that was unveiled, I believe, in like July of 2005, but first conceived of even earlier than that in 2004, after a really heinous murder of Jakima Princess Hansen. I'm sure some of you all will recall. 20 years have elapsed since that awful day, and many former residents of the properties of the initiative are rightly exacerbated at the glacial pace of redevelopment of those properties, especially the decimation of deeply affordable units at the partially reconstituted replacement buildings. How does Dmped intend to fulfill the hope and promise that new communities represented when it was conceived of?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. This has been a program that has been going on for many years in multiple administrations. And when the mayor started in her administration in January 2015, she turned to myself and Deputy Mayor Kenner, and she said that she wanted to see this program through. And I say she basically doubled down on it. And through the past 9 years, we have gotten every project, which none of the projects had been moving or gone really anywhere. We've gotten them all moving in some manner. In fact, Northwest 1, we are currently finishing the second phase. We'll be starting the third phase and the third and final phase potentially next year. Barry Farm, I'm sorry, Bruce Monroe, Park Morton and Bruce Monroe. Park Morton, Bruce Monroe was originally going to be the build first site for Park Morton, but due to the neighborhood appeals, we ended up changing the order of the project so that Park Morton went first. And so we will be finishing the first phase of Park Morton this year. And then the second phase of Park Morton is a much smaller phase, so that'll finish hopefully next year. And then, as I said, the appeals court reaffirmed the zoning for Bruce Monroe in January. So we will be proceeding with Bruce Monroe, hopefully within a few years as well. And then, of course, Barry Farm. Barry Farm also went through a court process, and those tend to delay these projects, unfortunately. We broke ground. I don't remember. I think it was 3 years ago, but we have since finished the first building, which is named 1B. And then we are starting the second building, which is 1A. This year, and we've shown we've gone out and gotten the budget. These projects cost a lot of money, and we've gone out and gotten the budget, and we've shown much money out in the budget for Barry Farm and enough money to complete Northwest 1 and Park Morton.
My understanding is that there's been some transition with respect to the former head of the program. Still in government, I understand, which is good, but no longer at Dmped. How does the continuity planning account for the work that still needs to be done with the project?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people leave employment all the time. The former director, Sheila Miller, she actually came to us from DHCD. So she has, and actually prior to that, I think she was at DCHFA. So she's got just really tremendous affordable housing experience. We were very happy to have her for the time we had her. She really moved a lot of the projects forward. And now the benefit is that she's actually in a similar role at the Housing Authority. And so one of the issues that we dealt with on new communities, and it's not an issue with the current Housing Authority, I want to be clear, but in the prior years was that a lot of what Dmped had to do was manage the Housing Authority. And so having one of our own now at the Housing Authority actually is going to be really beneficial. And then in terms of Dmped continuity, well, I've been on these projects the whole time. And a lot of people in my group have been on these projects for many years. So it'll be seamless. There'll be continuity.
Do you all plan to hire somebody to head new communities within Dmped? Or do you all see it as an opportunity to maybe streamline some of the decision-making around the joint developments between Dmped and Housing
Yeah,
Authority?
I don't think we've made a decision on that. At the end of the day, I don't want to speak out of turn for the deputy mayor, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to do what's most efficient for ensuring that the program is a success. I mean, we are so committed to the program. We put so much into the program. And if that is an individual, then it would be an individual. And if it's something where now we're at a point where the projects are moving forward and we think that they would be best handled by the group, then we would go with that.
But whether or not somebody else is hired in that position that Sheila Miller left, the programs will continue. at this
Absolutely.
point. Got it.
Absolutely.
Dmped's Schedule A lists 91 positions, 14 of which are currently vacant, representing a staffing level of approximately 85%. Do you believe that the office in its current form is configured in the most effective way possible to serve the district's needs, or are you considering any reorganization of staff to more effectively address the district priorities that you've laid out?
Well, there's reorganization sort of on the margins, right? Like right now we're looking at reprioritization of projects and trying to assess, how much staff is needed, what kinds of skill sets are needed to support that. Our primary functions are going to remain the same. Business development, we're going to double down on that. We're looking at hiring new staff to fill critical positions that are currently on that vacancy list. I believe that we're very close to either making offers or have made offers. Real estate and the role that Dmped plays in real estate, it continues to be a high priority. And when we look at the future, I think that we'll see sort of a drop off or maybe a slowing of, individual transactional work, but that there'll be a new portfolio of work that relates to what I'm calling either generational or legacy projects, whether it's RFK, Poplar Point, Capital One Arena, FBI headquarters, the NAC. I mean, these types of projects you need to plan. And so that requires a little bit of a different type of skill set, but we would want to either hire that in-house or we would want to contract for that. And then obviously the role that we play and continue to play in economic intelligence and providing that overview of what is going on in the district's economy. I think we're going to need to really focus on what we've been talking about today, incentives, what kinds of incentives, if it's just the district that needs to do it, if we can partner with others to continue to attract business here and to create the environment that makes it good to do business here. So again, some reorganization around the margins. I'm keeping my eye, of course, to the 25 budget and making sure that we are living within that budget. And there's lots of tools and for making sure that we maintain our agenda, keep pushing forward. We've got a bigger agenda today than we did 2 years ago. And so we will have to do more with less, but there's a way to do that.
Let me ask you the final couple of seconds. Are those numbers that I mentioned accurate? 91 positions, 14 of which are vacant?
That's accurate.
Okay. And how many folks do you have in what you consider your senior team at Dmped? How many positions?
I have in the senior team at Dmped, I was going to say maybe 15.
Okay. And how many of those senior team positions are vacant?
About maybe 5 or 6.
I'll give you some time to think about it.
Yeah.
And I'll circle back on that. Just, I'm curious. I'm gonna turn, my time's expired, so I'm gonna turn to Councilmember Parker for another round.
Yes, I didn't catch the gentleman's name on the end. I wanted to come back to strong family, strong family, strong futures. You mentioned that you had been successful in ensuring that families didn't lose their SNAP TANF benefits. How have you done that? And I ask because we haven't figured that out in other areas of the government.
That's right. And Ben Mendez, I'm the interim chief of staff at Dmped.
Got it.
This actually, when the program was stood up, and I think in 2022, because this is a government funded program, it allows us a little bit more flexibility than perhaps other pilots in different areas of the country that are privately funded that are less able to coordinate with agencies that run these benefit programs. And we've had a lot of conversations with those experts to try to understand what the community of practice was there. We went to each individual agency that provided different types of benefits and structured the program in a way that provided optionality to the mothers and the participants to make sure that they knew full and clear what the risks might have been. For example, choosing to take a lump sum of the cash versus monthly installments. That would have triggered some conversations around housing benefits or SNAP benefits.
Yes.
But structuring in a way, we also worked with Councilmember McDuffie's office to pass legislation to protect TANF. So there was a multi-pronged strategy that we use in-house, agency by agency, legislation, regulation, and also legal advice to the mothers.
Thank you for that. I think this is incredibly important, and I'm one that would like to see more of these type of programs expand. But as we do so, ensuring that those who they are meant to benefit aren't harmed in the process. So thank you for that. I wanted to transition to food access, and I know Councilmember Henderson touched on this a little bit earlier. Your pre-hearing responses say that Dmped has entered into a cooperative agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture to receive $2 million in funding for the Resilient Food System Infrastructure Program. And the funds will be used to administer grants for middle of the food supply chain operations and support small and medium-sized businesses. Can you specifically talk about the food access options that have benefited as a result of these funds in Ward 5? I want to note, I appreciate it, you all highlighting Wards 5, 7, and 8 in your responses. Often Ward 5 is left out when we're talking about these benefits, but more specifically, where can we find more information how Ward 5 has benefited? I didn't see a breakdown of funds or even who the recipients of these funds were.
Thank you, Councilmember. We can absolutely forward you a detailed list of the recipients of food access funds, so those awardees. But in terms of the Nourish DC funding, which are two different programs, what we're preparing to roll out with the USDA funding is to expand on our food ecosystem, so the infrastructure. So I did make an example around maybe food refrigeration for large restaurants. There are lots of other ideas and innovative concepts that we would accept. We have not opened the application just yet, but we are preparing to do that in the next 30 to 45 days. So that is coming and that's on the horizon. But that is something through the instruction of USDA and the funding that we have secured, that $2 million. It is around innovation in how we strengthen our ecosystem to support small businesses, whether they're getting grants through Great Streets or just restaurants. Period.
Understood. And I certainly appreciate the investments in our restaurants, and they need it. When we talk about food access, we also need to think more critically about grocery stores and food hubs that provide healthy, fresh foods to communities like Ward 5. Specifically, and if you need to follow up, that's fine. If you can highlight, are there any grocery investments in and around Ward 5 via these funds? In particular, I'm interested in Rhode Island Avenue along that corridor. And so I know you may not have that information off the top of your head, but I certainly want to plant that seed that, you know, I'm glad we're investing in restaurants, but I also want to see more grocery options and fresh food options throughout the ward outside of restaurants.
Absolutely. And our first round, actually our first two rounds, when we first launched Nourish DC, that was designed. There are two different things happening. Food Access Fund, restaurants, food experiences, 5, 7, and 8. Then you also have Nourish DC, where we're growing our own food hubs and organizations that are offering fresh food, like mini bodegas and fresh grocers. So those are two different things that are happening.
Yes.
But I can certainly give you more information and more detail specific to Ward 5.
Thank you.
Sure.
That would be great. One quick question on coordination with Dmped and other agencies. Can you speak to how you're streamlining support for DC businesses that are receiving grant funding through other agencies? And so I'll give you an example. Businesses along Rhode Island are receiving DHCD grants, and they repeatedly run into roadblocks, red tape, where it makes it hard for them to actually utilize the funds. How are you all, as a business development and sustainability strategy, coordinating across district agencies to ensure that we are able to support our local businesses?
I think that's an excellent question. Something we have been,
Thank you.
It's something that we've been thinking about for, quite some time in the administration. And we have rolled out and innovated quite a few times over the last several years, particularly as it pertains to recipients of funding in Dmped. We are always capturing information around where they are getting other funding within other government agencies. And we always reach out to these businesses to say, hey, if there are challenges or issues that you might be having, we'd love to, try to help and mitigate and provide some sort of service, concierge service, where we would internally work with our agency partners to support them, whether it's through our grant or another grant that they have, because we are cognizant that oftentimes in our design approach is to ensure that funding can be stackable. We don't want businesses to be ineligible for funding from another agency if they're receiving funding from ours. And so it's something that we're constantly trying to innovate and think.
I will certainly flag that as an opportunity, because there are significant roadblocks for businesses, and I'm happy to connect offline.
I'd love to
and
learn
just
more.
Trying to navigate the maze that is DC government.
I'd love to learn more.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
And then Chair McDuffie, I have one additional question. Could I ask that
Sure.
for one additional minute? And
Yep.
then that way I don't have to belabor another round. Deputy Mayor, we've had 20+ years of a development approach of disposing land to developments. Obviously, there is a place for development in the district. I am concerned about how our continued development benefits Native Washingtonians, working class folk, Black and brown folk who have long called the district home. Can you speak to the work that has happened and or is underway to support more homegrown efforts to benefit directly residents who have long called the district home, Native Washingtonians, or working class families, specifically by way of cooperative investments, where residents and or communities can have a stake in the ownership of land or developments as the district moves forward?
So almost all of our projects, we have an eye toward benefiting the local community. Oftentimes the projects are positioned to respond to the needs or the wants of the community. In wards 7 and 8, Ward 5, my home ward, there's a desire to take maybe property that's been underutilized as a parking lot, as kind of no activity, and convert it to something productive that could provide more residential. As you know, we have a very robust residential program that is designed for affordability. That's in part to make sure that Washingtonians that have been here can continue to afford to be here. When we introduce retail, we have, as we've talked about today, lots of different programs to make sure that persons of color, women-owned businesses, other types of businesses that are local businesses have access to funding so that they can open up in these new spaces that are created. And even when we put out RFPs, we look at partnership opportunities, local representation of developers in those RFPs, or having an equity stake in those RFPs. So throughout most of our work, with the exception of, I can't really even think of too many projects that we don't deliver, that we deliver that doesn't incorporate or have an eye toward how we maintain opportunities and how we integrate opportunities for local business and for local residents.
I appreciate that. And just in closing, I would say that I think is a needed continued focus for the district. And while I certainly agree, there have been many opportunities for natives and others to benefit from the district's development, I think we could do more for ownership and having a stake in the district's wealth. And there's the commercial property acquisition fund is a great example of how that fund has connected and turned real possibility for certain residents in the district. And so doing more of that is something I'm hoping under your leadership, Dmped, can help steward. But thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And I appreciate you both bringing up the commercial property acquisition fund. It certainly, once again, in the budget letter that I plan to send to the mayor, I've appreciated seeing the support there, including the mayor's support, and actually increasing the funding of the program that I initially included with my colleagues' support here at the committee to establish that program a couple of years ago. So thank you for that. I want to go back to where I left off, which is on personnel. I asked about the senior team and just vacancies there.
So I would like to get back with you with a specific roster, but we're in the process of hiring a full-time chief of staff. We're in the process of recruiting a senior housing advisor. We have a director of business development that we're recruiting. So there's a number of open positions that we're looking to fill actively, and I think we're really on our way to getting that full.
Have you hired any senior team members since you've been in the position?
I'm not, but sorry. Oh yeah, we did. We hired our director of legislative affairs. He's coming to us from Denver and a really great person who has a depth of experience in politics and in legislative affairs.
Okay. All right, thanks for that. Look forward to the follow-up there. Are there active land transfer discussions or negotiations taking place between your office and the National Park Service at this time? And if so, what are the notable parcels being discussed and how do they align with Dmped areas and projects?
Well, I'd have to take a look at what the full list is, but as you know, the National Park Service has such a huge footprint in the District of Columbia that we're constantly working with them on whether they're projects big or small. But the most notable one, obviously, is the RFK site that is making its way through Congress. Are there any others?
Yes, absolutely. As Deputy Mayor mentioned, there's a lot of them. So, but the primary ones are RFK and then Poplar Point. And then they also have a component of Hill East because we need to build some roads on a property that they control. And then there are a number of other like sliver parks that we continue to work with them on. But we don't have a comprehensive list. We could get that to you.
That'd be great if you can give us a comprehensive list, and you can include the small parcels as well. I know that, well, yeah, if you can get us a list, that'd be great, and we can follow up on that. Actually, you can follow up on that. We may have follow-up questions once we get the list. The Vitality Fund, I believe it shows $7 million of unobligated funding. The fund is slated to expire in December of this year. What are Dmped's plans for the remainder of the funding? And if that number is incorrect, let us know.
Great question. I first want to talk a little bit more about Vitality Fund. The Deputy Mayor spoke in her testimony about the excitement related to Vitality Fund. We have closed 7 projects, 4 that we will share more detail about in another 30 days. But what is the most exciting part is the number of opportunities that we have in the queue. And those 17 opportunities and those projects that we are fielding right now that are
And
in the
that's
pipeline.
1717 is what you said, 17?
17 different projects currently right now that are in the pipeline. If we were to award those, and we are aggressively working through those, we could literally zero out the fund as we know it right now. And so that's what we're aggressively looking at. Also, we are entertaining and working in collaboration as we're being advised through the partnership and working with it internally, thinking about how we expand the legislation as we think about another industry sector that is a priority, and that is our retail. And thinking about that expansion could also help support as we continue to create more competitiveness around this closing fund.
Okay, so it is the executive's position and the Dmped's position specifically that you do plan to obligate the entirety of the fund before the fund expires in December.
We anticipate being able to obligate all that money.
Okay, got it. I want to go down just a couple of projects, more than a couple actually. I may try to avoid the ones that have already been discussed, but I know it was just mentioned, Hill East was just mentioned. There were 2 projects that came before the council maybe over a year ago at this point, I think. What's the status of those 2 projects at Hill East? I think it's Hill East Phase 2.
Yeah, correct. So Hill East Phase 2, there were 2 bundles, and we took them to council in the fall of 2022. And they are both proceeding. We actually, I think today, just signed the LDA for, did you sign today?
Mhm.
We signed the LDA yesterday. We signed the LDA for the bundle 1. And so that is proceeding. And then the bundle 2 is still in a design phase. And then the district is also undertaking work on the site. To prepare the site, we're going to be doing significant infrastructure. And so that's proceeding very well.
And is the infrastructure being done by the district or by developers?
It's being done by the district.
Okay. And is the district's portion of the infrastructure covering the infrastructure that would be needed for both bundle 1 and bundle 2?
Yeah, correct. The infrastructure, when I use the word infrastructure here, I mean like the road and wet and dry utilities. And so, yes, that would be done by the district.
Okay.
For both bundles.
You said bundle 2 is in the design phase. What does that mean?
I mean, what that means is, they're working through figuring out, how to take what was conceptual and put it into a more pragmatic, doable form.
Okay. But no issues with either bundle 1 or bundle 2?
Not.
Okay. Well, did you finish your answer?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
no issues.
2 Patterson. What's the status of that?
So 2 Patterson, the status is that the LDA expired in December. And we continue to work and talk to the team. We actually met with the team, I believe, in January. We continue to talk to them about whether they can come up with a viable plan for the project.
And
And
by the team, you mean the development team?
the development team.
Who was the
yeah.
developer on that one?
The development team was Monument Realty was the lead, and then it was also MCN. I'm sorry, Morningstar, the MCN's development arm.
Got it. Okay. And so you just expect to, is there any timeframes that you all have internally? Any concerns there or no?
I think this is sort of would allude to what the deputy mayor spoke about earlier, which is it's a very different real estate market right now. And so
Indeed.
we are trying to be supportive with these teams, but also realistic that, you know, some of the projects that penciled in 2019 are in a different
Sure,
space.
sure. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. That's sort of the undergirding this line of questions and highlighting some of these projects to get a sense of where Dmped is and how you all are thinking about it, given some of the constraints that exist in the market today that didn't necessarily exist some years ago. This is one of the, and I appreciate the work that we've done around the equity RFP model. Langston Slater. This is one that was awarded, I think, some time ago. What's the status of that one? Actually, I think this was the first equity RFP. that
Yeah,
you
was
all
it the
issued.
first equity RFP? I mean, we're at council.
I'm
Okay,
pretty
so
sure it
we're
was, 'cause-
basically, I was just getting the exact
Sure.
timeframe. Well, the LDA has been negotiated and we submitted it to our internal process that then goes to OPLA and then goes to council.
Okay, and remind me, who's the developer on that one?
That one is a team made up of CSG advisors
Yeah.
and yeah.
Fifth and I.
Mhm.
What's the status of that? How do you all feel about that?
Fifth and I, actually, the status is that it is currently in litigation. The developer has sued the district, and so I don't think we can discuss any further here.
You mentioned Poplar Point as one of the things that you're working through with the federal government. I don't know, is there anything else, any insights there in terms of plans for Poplar Point? Anything specific that you can share with the committee at this point?
Yeah, I think in terms of what we can share with the committee, we recently issued a RFP for an owner's representative who is going to basically help us manage the overall comprehensive planning for the site. And so we really feel like we're at a point where we've been doing a lot of pre-planning, we've been doing a lot of remediation investigations, and we're really at a precipice where we can start to do some of the community outreach and start thinking about what we'll actually end up seeing on the site.
Okay. St. Elizabeth, just any updates, anything you want to share about how it's going over there?
I mean, St. Louis is going really well. You know, that was another project that in 2015, the mayor told Brian and I that, you know, she really wanted to see it through fruition. And I think we've done so. I mean, we basically, at this point, have about 3 or 4 out of 19 parcels remaining to RFP. We are in the selection process for parcel 6, which is just north of the parking garage, just south of the new hospital. The new hospital should be built, I mean, should be open, I believe, in the first quarter or second quarter of next year. So that's
Okay.
pretty amazing. And then we have a number of other projects like parcel 13, which I think also was a fall 22 LDA. They're moving forward. And so
Is that the one, one of the projects I think had a hotel as a part of this?
no, parcel 15. They're very generically named. Yeah, so parcel 15, that one has a hotel and 2 residential buildings and an office building. And so that's also proceeding well. That one requires 2 non-contributing historic buildings to come down first. And so they're going through that process. Parcel 13 is a little bit north of that. Parcel 13 is actually across the street from the ESA on the
Okay.
backside. It's built into a hill. That's a neighborhood development company, Adrian Washington,
Yes.
about 400 units of
Yep.
housing. And
Yep.
then we also have parcel 7, 8, and 9, which is where the Rise, you know, the Rise Center is. And so that one we awarded, and we're going through that negotiating process.
And Sycamore and Oak, go ahead, you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Sycamore and Oak is a part of what project?
So Sycamore and Oak is actually on parcel 15, and it's being developed. It's been developed and maintained by the Emerson Group Collective, which is the developer on parcel 15.
Got it. Okay.
But you know, basically, because we knew that first of all, parcel 15 is a large parcel. We knew that these historic structures had to come down, and so part of the developer's commitment was that they would have interim retail, so that wasn't just a fallow site.
Okay, okay. But no issues there with that project?
I mean, projects have, issues. There's no major issues now.
Yeah, I'm thinking major because I think
Yeah.
there's some issues, generally speaking, in real estate development costs, interest rates.
Yeah, I mean,
everything else.
but nothing, I mean, all of these projects have issues that we work through.
Got it. Okay.
Can I just add one quick thing
sure,
about
sure,
St. Elizabeth? So I know we're talking about the properties that the district owns. I think it's incredibly important to highlight progress that's also being made on St. Elizabeth's West. There's a game changer right now for the district where we will be the beneficiaries, frankly, of federal investment in finalizing the consolidation of the Department of Homeland Security at St. Elizabeth's West. 2 brand new headquarters, federal headquarters, are moving to St. Elizabeth's West and are going to break ground within the year. This means contracting dollars for district businesses and companies and opportunities, and also for St. Elizabeth's East that we do control and own. The delivery and the certainty that that gives to that marketplace of having more than 10,000 employees at St. Elizabeth's West means that there's viable retail, that there's residential, and additional opportunity. Just that context is really important, as well as the delivery of the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center that is also adjacent to St. Elizabeth's.
Yeah, and this is something maybe we can circle back on. Just I'm thinking about, since you mentioned that, the valuable resource in between those 2 parcels is Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Sort of where it intersects with Malcolm Avenue and then goes down toward Marion Barry. But just thinking about this might be a conversation just for later, kind of resources, grants, what's happening to support those businesses that are along that stretch in between both St. Elizabeth East and West. I was reading somewhere where one of the owners of a property there, one of the restaurants, mentioned that they weren't really receiving the benefits of the development that's happening on St. Elizabeth's campus. And I don't know, let's just take what that person's saying as true. Then what, if anything, is being done to support those businesses that may not be getting the foot traffic from all the great activity that's happening on the campus of St. Elizabeth? And I've been a part of it. I've seen some of it, and I've benefited from some of the things there, be it Sycamore and Oak, be it, the games happening, concerts, boxing matches happening inside the ESA. I'm just wondering what, if anything, in terms of like Great Street, Main Streets, bid activity is happening that might be supporting those small businesses.
Can I just step in? I actually think that in cases like that, what we need to do is promote those businesses. A lot of times for patrons, it's about awareness. And so I think that there's different interventions, different coordination that we can do to make sure that people know, hey, just, within a 1/4-mile walk, there's these businesses that you can participate in while you're going to the ESA and support local business. So I think there's a marketing opportunity so that we're not always put in a position of having to subsidize. That's not what we want for our businesses. We want patrons to go and spend their money at these businesses. And I think that's a role.
Yeah, I think that's what they want to. I know there've been opportunities for like MLK Deli, which has space inside the ESA and obviously has a great location on MLK around that stretch that I'm talking about. And then there's also transportation for individuals going to and from garages and other things where you might be able to advertise and promote some of these businesses that are steps away. So I think that's a good idea. Where did I leave off? St. Elizabeth's. McMillan came up. I know I've seen it. It's coming along, but just any updates there? How is? I think there's some activity happening around the townhouse component. I know. I don't know what's going on with the multifamily. I thought about McMillan and want to get an update because of the questions that were being asked about the food access fund and grocery stores, et cetera. I know it's been a challenge because of the sort of all the fits starts with that project. And so what's happening there that you might be able to provide us by way of update?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, we've had really great progress on the community center and the pool, and of course the hardscapes and also the park. So the community amenities are moving forward really well. And then in terms of the private development, as you recall, they took over the site and then they had to do infrastructure work. So they're doing their infrastructure work. And then I believe the townhomes will be the first to start. They're the ones that are generally, I mean, you can do them in sticks, so you don't have to do everything all at once. So they'll start. In terms of what you mentioned, the grocery store, you're right. We had a grocery store on the line, but that was in maybe 16. So naturally they have moved on. But I do know that Jair has been very aggressive and we have been very aggressive with him in terms of going out and finding a new grocery store. It certainly comes up at ICSC every year. And I know he's always talking to folks. And as with any of these kinds of projects, once the stores see that physical construction coming up, once they see the homes and the buildings, there tends to just be a lot more interest. And so I don't think it'll be difficult at all to get a full service grocery store there. And then in terms of the furthest north parcel, the Trammell Crow parcel, they continue to talk to medical providers. I mean, we talked about with Councilwoman Henderson, the lab space. So there's certainly interest in lab. There's interest in medical office. And of course, with the medical center just across the street, we think, again, once the infrastructure is further along, that there'll be a lot of interest there.
Got it. All right. And then one that's been just similarly on the radar for a really long time, but nothing happening there. And it also happens to be in Ward 5, not too far from McMillan, Michigan Avenue and Irvin Street.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Michigan Avenue, or we call it Merck. We call it, yeah, it's
Most of the folks sitting at the stadium.
Yeah. So basically what's happening there, that one is a little bit more, all of our projects are complicated, but that one's a little bit more complicated because the GSA, has the underlying. And so I think we're quite close to actually having come to some sort of a conceptual idea of what could be done with the GSA. And then we're going to continue to work with the developer who's been very patient and been very adamant. And we'd love to see something happen there. I mean, that's such a great site. And we'd like to potentially see some housing, see some conference space. So we continue to pursue it. I don't know that we have a material update other than I think we're getting closer with the GSA. And of course, Elliot Dooms is now, the head of the region there. And so, or actually he's PBS. Anyway, he was promoted. And so having him there, he's very dedicated. He was previously in Congresswoman Norton's office. He's been a real helpful ally.
Good, glad to hear. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it there for the moment. I know there's a number of items for follow-up. Many number of the members who asked questions today. I look forward to getting that follow-up to share with the council members who participated in today's hearing, but that's all the questions I have for now. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we move on to our next agency?
No, thank you for the opportunity to share what we've achieved and what we hope to achieve going forward.
Thank you. Next, we're going to turn to the Public Service Commission, or the PSC. The mission of the Public Service Commission is to serve the public interest by overseeing financially sound electric, natural gas, and telecommunications utility companies, provide safe, reliable, and quality services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia residential, business, and government customers. The commission has 3 priorities: public safety, customer satisfaction, and economic development in its regulatory work. It promotes public safety by overseeing natural gas pipeline safety and other utility safety, and investigates outages and incidents involving the regulated utilities. It also works to assist with consumers with issues they may have with gas, electric, and telecom services. The commission also oversees the utilities economic development in the district through regulation of energy projects, rates, distribution network of services. And with that, we're going to call up the government witness for this agency, Chairman Emil Thompson, and I'm going to swear you in before you get going. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Emil C. Thompson, Chairman of the DC Public Service Commission. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. Nearly 3 years ago, I was entrusted with the power to lead the commission in advancing our core mission to provide safe, affordable, and reliable utility service for the District of Columbia while also complying with our clean energy commitments. It is my honor to share with you the work the PSC has done over the last year to advance these goals, as well as the actions we have taken to promote racial equity and diversity, strengthen customer education, and increase our partnership efforts. Looking ahead, I'm excited about the prospect of our advancing our core values and priorities in 2024 and beyond. First, the clean energy transition. While there are several formal cases pending before the commission that help to advance the district's aggressive climate goals, I will focus on a proceeding that is creating a standardized benefit cost analysis, BCA framework to review future utility actions and programs based on best regulatory practices and taking into consideration the district's climate commitments. The BCA will consider factors such as affordability, reduction of GHG emissions from both our gas and electric utilities, societal benefits, and costs of proposed programs, and development of metrics for social equity, racial equity, environmental justice, and other things. Ultimately, the BCA analysis will assist the commission in its decision-making on utility proposed programs in the future. The commission has also demonstrated leadership in the clean energy arena through our pilot project governance board, which is responsible for reviewing and recommending innovative pilot projects to modernize the energy delivery system. In FY23, we made significant efforts to execute pilot project RFPs for innovative grid modernization and distributed energy resource projects. In March of 23, a $2.5 million award was made to the Preservation for Affordable Housing for a community geothermal pilot project at the Berry Farm redevelopment in Ward 8. And another $2.5 million award was made to the E&G Group for a community heat pump at the Meadow Green Courts in Ward 7. Additionally, in February of 23, the commission issued an RFP on a solar aggregation and advanced inverter pilot. Unfortunately, there was not a successful bidder for this RFP, so we certainly plan to reissue that amended RFP in March of 24. Turning to interconnection, the commission continues to take steps to ensure that the district can meet its goal of 100% renewable electricity by 2032 and 15% of that electricity to be generated within the district's boundaries by 2041. In light of the demand for solar energy options, it is imperative that solar customers can efficiently interconnect with the electrical distribution system. The PSC continues its administration of the RPS program. In calendar year 2023, the commission certified 1,718 new solar facilities for participation in the RPS program, including 66 new crafts. The total RPS certified solar capacity of 268 megawatts exceeded the district's 2023 RPS solar carve-out estimated target of 218 megawatts. I'm happy to report that 2023 was the third consecutive year in which the district achieved its RPS program solar energy annual target objective. Moreover, as of February 1st, 2024, the solar energy systems eligible for the district's RPS solar requirement included over 14,000 solar systems in the district and 371 crafts. Finally, I want to touch briefly on the status of the power purchase agreement to serve 5% of the SOS load. In April of 2023, PEPCO filed a letter informing the commission that the counterparty invoked the termination clause, thus terminating the contract. In October of 23, the commission issued an order directing PEPCO to file a draft RFP and PPA with more flexible terms with the commission. In January, PEPCO did that, and the commission has solicited comments on those filings. The matter is currently under deliberation, and the commission hopes to issue an order soon, finalizing the RFP and a new PPA to go out to market. Turn to safety and reliability. Given the safety and reliability of the utility infrastructure is a cornerstone of the PSC's mission, the commission continues to provide active regulatory oversight for 3 important and significant energy distribution system infrastructure projects: the Capital Grid Project, DC Plug, and Project Pipes. The Capital Grid Project is a long-term electric utility initiative to address aging infrastructure, enhance system resiliency, improve reliability, and load growth in the district. The commission continues to actively monitor the compliance filings and initiate follow-up actions as necessary. I'm happy to report that in December of 23, the Harvard substation, which was 60 years old, was newly rebuilt and energized and is currently serving customers in Ward 1. The commission also continues to supervise the DC Power Line Underground Initiative, DC Plug, which is a private-public partnership between PEPCO and district government agencies to improve electric service reliability and reduce the impact of storm-related outages by placing vulnerable overhead distribution lines underground. I am pleased to report that in 2023, the construction of DC Plug feeders 14900 and 368 was completed, and these feeders were placed into service. Projects like these should reduce the number of outages when we have severe storms like the one we had this summer. Turning to project pipes, the commission approved the two commission-approved phases of this project, Pipes 1 and Pipes 2, have allowed Washington Gas to replace or remediate approximately 35 miles and 8,500 services through December of 2023. On February 23rd of this year, the commission extended Project Pipes 2 for one more year. That allows the replacement work to continue on our high-risk vulnerable main and services as the commission decides how to proceed with Pipes 3. The commission recognizes comments submitted by the parties and the letter from the council and the need to ensure that this program aligns with the district's clean energy commitments. Turning to affordability. To ensure that the affordability of utility services for customers, PSC oversees PEPCO's Residential Aid Discount Program, Washington Gas Light's Residential Essential Service Program, and Verizon Economy 2 program, all of which help reduce costs for low-income residents. Additionally, through the Utility Discount Program Education Working Group, which includes representatives from the Commission, the Department of Energy and Environment, the Office of People's Counsel, and our regulated utilities, we work to vigorously educate residents about the district's various utility discount programs. A major highlight of the UDPEWG's annual report is that there was a significant increase in application approvals in FY 2023, 29% for PEPCO's program and 26% for Washington Gas's program. This is very significant because it means those who need the help the most are able to access it. I would also note that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the commission increased the eligibility threshold to ensure that more families were able to benefit from these programs. We recently ruled on Washington Gas's application for authority to increase existing rates and charges. The commission approved a rate increase for Washington Gas that was 54% than Washington Gas Light's original proposal. Additionally, to assist low-income district households with their gas bills, Washington Gas proposed and the commission approved a 50% reduction to the total monthly customer charge during the 6-9 heating months. This equates to an annual bill credit of almost $50 for those eligible customers. We will continue to foster an environment where rates are affordable and those who need financial assistance can obtain it. Pivoting to racial equity and diversity, the commission made significant progress in these areas during the past year, and I'm pleased to share with you some of the success. As noted earlier, racial equity metrics will be included in the creation of the PSC standardized BCA test. Additionally, the commission held its second supplier diversity hearing on July 27, 2023. During that proceeding, the commission evaluated the utilities' commitment to their respective voluntary MOUs, which encouraged them to to award at least 25% of their total procurement spend to minority, women, service-disabled veterans, and LGBT-owned businesses. All three utilities exceeded that required amount. PEPCO was at 41.6, Washington Gas was at 27.9, and Verizon was at 46.9. We continue to evaluate this program to ensure that this is impactful and look for ways for improvement. Finally, the PSC started a new initiative in the past year called Chat and Chew. These are focus groups focused on different businesses to share their perspectives and experiences with those who have been historically left out of the energy sector conversation and figure out how we can improve those connections. To ensure transparency and awareness of the Commission's work, our Office of Consumer Services conducts approximately 50 outreach events annually. I am proud of our demonstrated commitment to visiting with communities to provide consumer education and information regarding utility scams, utility discount programs, energy efficiency, and the Commission's consumer complaint mediation and resolution programs. This year, we'll also be hosting our Clean Energy Summit again. This will be our third Clean Energy Summit, and this year we hope to have it in October of 2024. It will be a one-day summit where we bring together industry experts, policymakers, small businesses, and students across the district to discuss the latest advancements, challenges, and opportunities in the clean energy sector. The 2024 theme is Powering Tomorrow, Clean Energy for a Sustainable and Equitable Future. And last, but certainly not least, I would like to talk about our cybersecurity efforts. The Commission recognizes that protecting utility infrastructure is a matter of national security. To this end, the PSC will host its annual cybersecurity conference in May of 2024. During the conference, utilities will discuss best practices that they are taking to protect their infrastructure, including distribution and transmission assets, both from cyber and physical threats. As we embark on the journey into 2024, we must emphasize our dedication to the core values the agency recently established in 2023: respect, collaboration, service orientation, adaptability, and equity. These values serve as a foundation for our mission, guiding our actions in the service of both our team and constituents. In light of this forward-looking perspective, we will be focusing on 5 key areas to elevate the quality of our services. These strategic areas encompass prioritizing cases, refining our workflow process, fostering enhanced collaboration within the PSC, optimizing technological utilization through an integrated case management system, and securing, professionally developing, and retaining top-tier talent. As the chairman, I am devoted to modeling these values and working to achieve these strategic priorities. In closing, I want to thank Commissioner Beverly, Commissioner Trabue, and all of our staff for all of their hard work. It would be impossible to accomplish what we do without their dedication, expertise, and broad capabilities. I'm extremely proud of our team's commitment to the core mission of the PSC, and I thank the committee for its continued support of our efforts. I'd also like to thank the public witnesses who testified at the hearing at the end of January. We're very grateful for their input, and it's always well received and very informative in our cases. So with that, I will end my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Chairman Thompson. I do have questions for you. I want to acknowledge before I begin my questions that Councilmember Janice Lewis George, Ward 4, has joined us as well. So we're going to do 7-minute rounds. And I will begin with my round. I want to start with questions from where you actually left off with respect to public witnesses. We had several witnesses express concerns about project pipes and question whether the Washington Gas investments in replacing pipes authorized to date and pending approval before the commission are justified and consistent with the district's climate commitments. So first, Chairman, I want to give you a chance to respond generally to those points before we get to some of the follow-ups on related questions that were raised by public witnesses.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to respond to that. I think it's important to frame Project Pipes in the correct context. Project Pipes is a program that is faced at pipe replacement for some of our oldest and most vulnerable pipe in the district. DC has one of the oldest gas infrastructures in the nation. And when I say that, I'm talking about a majority of pipes, well, not majority, I would say about a third of the main pipeline structure. So there's 1,200 miles, about 400 of those miles are cast iron pipes. And those pipes are over 75 years old. They're susceptible to corrosion, to damage in the system. And so what Project Pipes is focused on doing is replacing pipe that is very vulnerable and could lead to serious safety issues. And so when we talk about maintaining the system, safety is paramount. We've seen in other jurisdictions where a collapse of either a main line or a service line, some type of damage to the integrity of that system has then resulted in an explosion within the homes. And so the last thing I think we want in the district is to have our system to not be safe. I think when we start talking about regular leaks, that's where we get more into the idea of repair as opposed to
Yeah.
replacement.
Can I stop you there
Oh,
just
sorry.
because I want to recognize Naomi Cohen Shields, who actually had testimony around this point. So I'm glad you're sort of anticipating where I was going next, which is she pointed out in her testimony that WGL already has a routine maintenance program, which is separate from Project Pipes. And her testimony gets to the distinction between repair and replacement. So I want to give you the opportunity to talk about that because I really appreciated the points that she was raising and think the public should understand better that distinction.
Yes, and so absolutely correct. The normal maintenance program that Washington Gas has right now, that really primarily focuses on the idea of repair. And repair is done when you have a leak in a pipe that's not old. Replacement is done for a vulnerable pipe that, according to a number of metrics, has a high fail rate, and we don't want that failure to occur. And so I look at those as two separate things. Replacement is a safety issue for old, aging infrastructure. Patching, repair is for leaks, and typically that's done in much newer pipe as opposed to when we're talking about the the replacement of vulnerable pipe.
Thank you for that. I want to sort of stay along this line of questioning because some of my colleagues actually sent you a letter on this topic, and it raises concerns that WGL is prioritizing replacement when repairs are actually what's warranted rather than full-scale replacement. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to put on the record what your response is to the concerns raised by my colleagues here at the council.
So part of with the Project Pipes program, one of the things that we require for Project Pipes for any pipe is replaced is one, there must be a justification for why this pipe is being replaced. And currently Washington Gas uses a computer modeling program to develop those metrics. It's been approved. That project then comes with a cost estimate, and then it's actually proposed, and all the parties are aware of what pipe is going to be replaced before it's even touched. Also, the commission verifies that this pipe meets the criteria. There have been instances where the commission has looked at a submission for a Project Pipes eligible, looked at a submission from Washington Gas for a Project Pipes project, and we have denied it because it did not meet the criteria. And so I would first state by saying that everybody has the opportunity to contest which pipes that Washington Gas is repairing. I think when we start looking a little bit larger and a little bit more broadly at what does Project Pipes fit in with our climate goals, again, I think one, of course, safety of the system is paramount. We have not gotten to the point yet where there has been a clear legislative mandate that there is going to be no natural gas in DC. What we have gotten from the council is carbon neutrality, and carbon neutrality speaks more to the idea that for however much carbon is being put into the system, the same amount has to be removed. I think one of the things that we have been very consistent with amongst all three commissioners is our charge to reduce the emissions that that Washington Gas is putting into the system. And so I think not only through Project Pipes, but our monitoring of their leaks, we are certainly getting to the district's clean energy commitments.
And I want to, I'm coming up on into my first round. I have some additional questions, but I want to ask you about order number 21593, informal case 1167. I think you touched on this a bit in your testimony. It's in a matter of electric and natural gas climate change proposals. In this order, the commission concluded that there were certain limits on its statutory authority over Washington Gas due to the utility's congressional charter. And I understand that the commission concluded that it cannot limit Washington Gas sale of natural gas as a result of this separate charter. I understand that there's some others that disagree with the commission's order and conclusion. And I wanted to just hear from you on this order around whether it affects how the commission approaches the project pipeline, the project pipes issues. And I know there's some testimony from people like Chris Weiss and Jessica Epperson-Lusty, who had, I think, some really important testimony about these issues.
Yes, and so I don't necessarily think it affects the way we approach project pipes because, again, project pipes is focused at its first focus is on safety and reliability because we're replacing very vulnerable pipes. What I would say is by replacing vulnerable pipes, you are preventing the possible future gas leak because if a pipe is 75 years old, it's not a matter of if it's going to fail, it's more of a matter of when it's going to fail. And so by replacing this highly vulnerable pipe, you are ultimately you're reducing the opportunity for leaks in the future. I think that that charter, it forces us to look at some of our decarbonization strategies a little different. When you start looking at other jurisdictions and what they're able to do with their gas utility in terms of trying to get them to adopt certain policies, I think that it inhibits us there, but I don't think it affects project pipes.
And I'm gonna pause you there just because I'm over my time, and I may revisit that question about what other jurisdictions are doing. I know there was a witness who, when I asked specifically some of the public witnesses about other jurisdictions with models for addressing some of the issues that they're articulating. I know, I think one person, maybe the same person mentioned like Maryland and Massachusetts, but let me stop there. I'm well over my time. Let me turn to Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George for round.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. I want to talk about project pipes first, and I appreciate your responses to Councilman McDuffie. Just want to elaborate on a few of those. An expert study that was published in 2022 by DOEE made two important findings. First was that the cost of pipeline replacement is on average 25 times the cost of pipeline repair. And second, as exemplified by the Woodridge leak repairs finding, and repairing the largest leaks can be a cost and climate effective approach to triage leak prone pipes, save ratepayer money, and allow ratepayer funds to be allocated towards electrification. Do you agree with these findings?
Do I agree with the fact that repair is cheaper than replacement? Yes.
Yeah, that the cost of the pipeline replacement is on average 25 times the cost of pipeline repair. And in agreeing with that, then how do we justify the expense of new lines on ratepayers?
So again, I think the distinction that's being missed there is repairing is for one pipe that can't actually be repaired, right? And so if you're again talking about a 75-year-old pipe that's cast iron, sometimes those pipes can't just simply be repaired. Those have to be replaced. In addition, Project Pipes is focusing, Project Pipes doesn't focus on leaking pipe. It focuses on pipe that is going to break, right? And so the distinction there is repair, again, is for an active leak, whereas Project Pipes is a proactive safety tool. And so I look at those separately, and I think sometimes people tend to conflate the two ideas, but there's a real difference there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that repairing active leaks should always be prioritized sort of over possibly vulnerable pipes. I just think when data shows right now that Washington Gas has not meaningfully reduced leaks on the system over the lifespan of project pipes so far. Meanwhile, the costs have only been increasing. How do you justify further investment if it's not working and we are still seeing explosions and leaks happening right now?
Well, thankfully, we haven't seen any explosions. So I know you just said explosions are happening right now, but we haven't seen any explosions. And I think that's partly because we do have a safety program in place. In terms of leaks increasing, I believe even just from last year, if you look at the numbers of total leaks in the system, they've reduced by about 12%. So I think, again, when you look at, it's hard to measure sometimes something that doesn't happen. And so again, when you have a proactive program that is focused on safety and preventing something that will happen, you don't have a metric to say, oh, well, because it was remediated, right? And so I think what's key here is you have to, again, look at this as two separate programs that are working in concert and ensuring that both are working to the common goal of, one, keeping the system safe and reliable, and two, that when there are leaks, they're being repaired in a timely and effective manner.
Okay. I want to talk about what is the cost on ratepayers. If Project Pipe is to continue in its next phase, what's that? I've heard a lot of numbers. I just want to hear directly from you all. What's the cost to ratepayers over time?
So I'll give you a few answers to that. One, Project Pipe 3, as you know, is under consideration. There has been an ask by Washington Gas. I believe it's for about $672 million for that phase. But consistently, we have not granted Washington Gas's entire ask. Even when I was talking previously about the rate case, they asked for a revenue increase of upwards of $50 million, and we did a 54% reduction of that. I don't know what the answer is going to be on Project Pipe 3. It's under deliberation, but I think we take affordability very seriously. It's something that's part of our mandate. It's been part of our mandate since the commission was founded in the early 1900s, the affordability of ratepayers. And so we are not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize that. Speaking more on that, several people have criticized saying, oh, well, it's supposed to be an accelerated pipe replacement program, but they're not replacing the pipes fast enough. Well, we don't want replacement of pipes that are going to end up causing stranded costs. We want to make sure we're doing a program that's the right size at the right cost, while also respecting our duty to maintain a safe and reliable system.
Got it. Okay. And when I was speaking about explosion, I thought there was an explosion in Ward a few weeks ago. Do I have that wrong?
So that explosion was caused by a car or a truck backing into a gas meter. And so that is an explosion. I think I interpreted your comment to mean that there was an explosion as a result of Washington infrastructure as opposed to a car accident.
Okay, I understood. Why is integrated comprehensive energy planning not yet happening at the Public Service Commission? If gas and electric utilities are to be competing, as electricity can be used for heating, don't they need to be regulated in an integrated manner?
I'm sorry, say the last part of that question again for me.
Don't they need to, if gas and electric utilities are to be competing, as electricity can be used for heating, don't they need to be regulated in an integrated manner?
So there are certainly some jurisdictions that that follow that model. I think this kind of goes back to a charter that makes our regulation of Washington Gas a little unique. Some jurisdictions have the ability to almost dictate what their utilities can and can't sell. Washington Gas has a federal charter to sell gas in the District of Columbia. So to the extent that we could tell them to adopt or do certain things, we're certainly, we can be limited. But, I think part of what you're asking is what we're hoping to achieve in formal case 1167, where we're looking at the utilities plans to meet the district's climate goals.
Got it. Okay. I know I'm over my time at the moment, so thank you for this round.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Staying on some of the public witness testimony that the committee heard in January, Daniel Greenberg testified about, in his opinion, being misled by WGL about the disconnection of automatic credit card payments. It appears from, at least in part from your written responses that you provided to the committee before this hearing, that was a service that used to be offered. Now, apparently, customers either have to manually pay each cycle by credit card or automatically schedule a bank withdrawal for payment. And so I'm not sure if you're familiar with this situation, but Mr. Greenberg feels strongly that he was misled in his conversations with WGL. And I wanted to see if you had any response to that critique by Mr. Greenberg about his experience.
Yes, I'll speak very generally about this. But what I'll say is it's my understanding that recently, at one time, Washington Gas did accept payments from prepaid credit cards. Washington Gas, then you ended up going to a different vendor, I believe, and that new vendor does not allow prepaid credit cards for auto payments. And they allow prepaid credit cards for one-time payment, but not prepaid cards for auto payments. And so as a result, I think that's where the disconnect happened. It's my understanding that this is aligns with Washington Gas's terms of service, which provide that they have the right to discontinue accepting automatic payment plan payments at any time. So that's my understanding of that situation.
Thanks for that update. I wasn't aware of that aspect of it. Last year, you stated that the commission might amend the MOU with utilities to require CBE employment commitments. I want to know if you've taken that up any further, that issue in particular. If so, what's been done since the last time we discussed this matter?
Well, we have not. We are still really monitoring it. I think the last time it was modified was in 2020. Since then, we've had 2 in-person supplier diversity hearings. We are still looking, certainly while the utilities are hitting their numbers, we want to make sure that that impact is meaningful. And so I think as we collect more data, not only through the supplier diversity hearings, but the chat and chew luncheons that we're having with diverse suppliers, once we get additional feedback, we may look at revisiting that.
Okay. You mentioned, I want to sort of stay not along the same lines, but similar in part, because there's a significant CBE component here, but DC Plug, you discussed earlier in your testimony. One thing that I appreciate about DC Plug is the remarkable success that it's had with utilizing CBEs, and I'm actually proud of the work of my prior committee that I chaired on government operations, and really working to put that in place despite some pushback by certain stakeholders. And so it's great to see percentages well over the target, many at 100% CBE usage. So I'm working on, within this committee now, a broader CBE bill and looking to expand on some of the successful elements of DC Plug. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to why DC Plug, in your opinion, has been successful in finding CBE partners where we've seen challenges in other areas.
Well, I will say this. I think Washington Gas, Pepco and Verizon, but specifically, especially with regard to this program, Pepco, they do an excellent job really engaging and finding and going out and being proactive about finding vendors who can do the work, and then going back to them time and time again to ensure that they meet their mandates. And so I think that, the utilities do an excellent job being a partner in the district and trying to meet the goals that are set out before them. And so I think this is an excellent instance where they have put the work in, and that work has yielded excellent results.
Glad to hear that. Last year, we talked about whether you were consistently meeting some of your KPIs. I remember I think we talked about whether you consider setting some additional ones. And so since it is a performance oversight here, and I want to know how you're doing with the KPIs and what, if any, revised KPIs have you laid out for fiscal year 2024? And just how you did with your targets in fiscal year 2023.
Yes, well, you certainly challenged us last year. You said, well, if you're meeting your KPIs, does that mean you need new ones? At least that's the way I heard it. And we took that to heart. And sat down with the team. We thought hard about this because as a quasi judicial regulatory agency, there are a lot of things that we track that are sometimes outside of our control. But what we decided on in terms of KPIs, we're focusing on two things that are essential to the district's clean energy goals, and they really revolve on the electricity side. So the first one is so we administer the RPS program, and so one of the things that we set up on our side is a tracking mechanism around the percentage of RPS applications processed within 30 days of the submission date. And then the second one is the number of solar megawatts added to the electric grid to meet the goals of the Local Solar Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. Now, the second one, we don't control directly, but we certainly play a large part in that, whether it's through ensuring interconnection happens in a timely fashion, ensuring that the utility is doing what they're supposed to be doing to allow the interconnection to happen. And so I spoke earlier about how we are ahead of that target right now. I think we're at 268 megawatts for the year, when we need to only be at, I believe, a little over 200. So that's certainly going in the right direction. I think we have to continue to monitor that, because as that number gets higher and higher, it's going to be harder and harder for us to meet the goal. So those are our two new KPIs. They're not online at this point, but we are tracking them internally. And when we update our performance plan, they will be there. And we can certainly provide the committee with a copy so that you can see them in advance.
Okay. My time for this round has expired, so I'm going to turn back to Councilmember Lewis George for a second round.
Thank you. Director, I wanted to know, we've had some issues of gas leaks in Ward 4 particularly, and actually had a neighbor reach out to my office. They had smelled gas outside their sidewalk in front of their home. They sent a technician out washing gas, and they detected gas. So he immediately obviously called in the crew. The crew was, worked diligently and left, but none of the residents on the street really had any information of the problem, the type of leak, the resolution. Their ask to me is to see if there are any sort of transparency requirements that govern Washington Gas, and or if there are any other avenues for getting a bit more information on leaks that are occurring in community, because community members have those follow-up, always have those follow-up questions. And they just want to know if there was something that made it a mandate for community to sort of receive information on the problem, the type, and the resolution.
Yes. So I two things. I think the individual customer themselves can certainly get that information. In terms of across the community, I would have to get back to you about that. I know on our website, we certainly post aggregate gas leak numbers. I'm not sure if it's an interactive map, though, that allows you to see location by location. Because I would note that these leaks, of course, change, right? Because once it's repaired, then you have to update the map. But I certainly hear that if you would like for me to get more additional information, I can certainly do that and work as a liaison between the company to make sure that those residents have that information.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I want to know, what does PSC think about the risk of sort of major stranded assets resulting from heavy investments in new infrastructure now that won't be needed in a few decades?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that's a question that a lot of, especially in the Mid-Atlantic region, up and down the East Coast, that a lot of commissions are certainly struggling with the need to certainly maintain a system that may not have a future as we continue to transition. And so that's something the commission is certainly mindful of. That's, I would say that's part of the reason why we were moving at a very deliberate pace with Project Pipes, and not necessarily granting all the ask from Washington Gas, because we want to make sure that we are not creating, future stranded assets that then become burdensome for the last customers on the gas system.
Got it. Understood. And I know that's something that commissions are grappling with on the Northeast. I wanted to know sort of, why does the Chief Climate Office not report directly to commissioners? I think the Office of Climate Action staff responsibilities should be expanded to provide sort of in-house technical guidance and support with comprehensive energy planning.
So they do provide that guidance. What I would say is that, so the Office of Climate Action is within the Office of Technical and Regulatory Analysis. It's staffed by 3 people currently, and part of the benefit of it being within OTRA is it's also able to rely on the technical expertise from within OTRA as well. I think whether OCA reports to the head of OTRA or me, their mandate is still the same. They are providing that technical expertise, and they do an excellent job. And so, I certainly understand that's your view of the organizational chart, but
Got it.
yeah.
Understood. Is the you talked to us a little bit, you hinted to it, so I just wanted to clarify. Is the commission paying attention to sort of what other jurisdictions are doing regarding accelerated pipeline replacement and gas planning? In particular, I'm looking at Maryland, Illinois, and Massachusetts.
Yes. So I know Maryland in specific has an accelerated pipe replacement program. I think the legislature has recently proffered perhaps some legislation around modifying that program. I would say one of the benefits that DC has is it not being a legislative program is allows for greater nimbleness, for lack of a better word, right? So when we want to change and modify that program,
Yeah.
It can be a lot easier sometimes to get 3 people to agree than an entire council, right? And so I think that's one of the flexibilities we have. In terms of Massachusetts, I think they're one of the further alongs in what you would call a future of the gas planning proceeding. And they went through an extensive process, and they recently issued an order. I believe it was at the end of 23. And some of the pronouncements they made are very similar to what we already have in DC, and some will go a little bit further. They really stressed the disincentive for new gas hookups, which I think the council through legislation has done a lot of already. We don't really see, like other jurisdictions, an expanding customer base for Washington Gas, mainly because we're mostly a fully built out city.
That's right.
And then some of our building codes. And so certainly looking at best practices, we recently had a national commissioners conference here in DC, and that was one of the topics, decarbonization. And these are things that everybody is really grappling with and trying to figure the best way forward.
This is my last question for you, and it's both for you to answer, but also for you to continue to think about as the commission considers, phases of this project. And that question is, how will you protect low-income ratepayers as more people in the district electrify their homes and get off gas, leaving lower-income households with the cost burden?
That's a great question. I talked before about the utility discount programs. That's certainly something that helps the low-income customers.
That's that's a very low end customers, right? But not like there's a larger group. Yeah.
It's I believe it's 85% of the area median income, right? So I think right now, we have not seen widespread electrification that has caused rates to increase in DC. That doesn't mean probably won't happen in the future. But that's certainly something, again, we continue to balance the cost of infrastructure and monitor how the utility is moving as our future is changing.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I look forward to continued conversation, and thank you, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Chairman Thompson, a lot of our clean energy transition involves using subsidies to accelerate transitions to clean technologies. And I know you touched a bit on this during your testimony, but I want to talk about sort of where things are, but also recognize that there are some federal funding that remains available, but we also know that local funds are going to be limited. So have you thought about how to manage the clean energy transition in a tougher budget cycle? And what can the commission do more specifically to ensure that the district continues to see progress here?
That's a fantastic question. When you think about something as simple as our RPS program, the Solar Expansion Act, the reason why we're able to get so much solar on the grid are because we have the highest SREC prices in the nation. And that's a direct result of compliance fees and a long, complicated thing. But I think affordability is key. We're lucky we had the money from the Pepco Exelon merger that allowed us to stand up the governance board and have about $20 million for pilot projects, two of which I mentioned, one in Berry Farms, another one in Ward 7. But I think it's going to cause us to be creative. DC is also has invested heavily in the Solar for All program that's supported by a tax on utility bills. And so we just have to, I think, continue to be creative, look at best practices, the federal government funding, making sure that we are applying and getting that where we can through the IIJA, the IRA, Build Back Better, and just be very intentional.
Yeah, I was asking my staff quickly, because I know you touched very briefly on the two pilot programs.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else you can share. I think I'm glad that you mentioned them. And I understand that you made those two awards, I think for the community heat pump pilot
Yes.
is one of them. And then if you could just tell us whatever else you can share about that. And then the solar aggregation and advanced inverter pilot, I believe that had to be rebid.
Yes.
So just talk about those two pilots.
So yeah, so the community heat pump pilot project, this kind of goes back to I think also what Councilmember George was talking about in terms of making sure that as we do this energy transition, people have access to affordable options. Geothermal and community heat pumps are being discussed right now a lot as a low cost once built heating or cooling option. And so here you have two communities that will be able to benefit from this type of clean energy, benefit from lower energy costs. So I think that's wonderful. Again, this is the money that came from the Pepco Exelon merger. With respect to the second project, the solar aggregator and inverter pilot project, unfortunately, that project was not, we did not have a successful bid on it. We had a number of bids, but nothing was successful. We will reissue it. We think it's a very important one, but yeah.
Thank you for that. I want to just got a couple more questions before we transition, but in one of your pre-hearing responses, you indicated some progress in streamlining the solar interconnection process. This was a topic that came up last year, so I'm glad to hear about the changes there. Have you seen improved results from the streamlined process for interconnection?
We have, but I think there's still a lot of work to be done there. Oftentimes, and I think I spoke about this before, individual homeowners will go to have us install solar in their homes and have large interconnection fees. And then sometimes after some discussion with the utility, that cost is reduced. But we want to really continue to try and figure out ways we can add more transparency to that, more information up front so that customers are making informed decisions and figure out, what's the best way to address that. On the CREF side, I believe it was either last year or the year before that, we instituted a program in which there was a cost sharing mechanism so that developers wouldn't have to bear the entire burden of that upgrade cost. And that's been working well. And so we'll continue to look at and explore opportunities on the residential side.
Definitely want you to keep exploring those opportunities. I want to ask about what I think is another tremendous opportunity for the district involving the federal government, and that's around the Inflation Reduction Act. It provided significant funding for infrastructure projects, including large-scale energy projects. Some of the funding is through grants. Other funding is through strategic debt financing. I wasn't sure, but wanted to ask, is the commission involved in this process for the district in any way? I know obviously there are other government agencies that are, but any role for the commission here? If so, what? And how are the district and its utility partners utilizing federal funding for energy infrastructure projects?
Yes. So once IIJA and then subsequently IRA were issued, we quickly instituted a docket in which we require the utilities to file updates on a monthly basis about programs that they're either seeking or that they're interested in, so that we have that visibility. Sometimes these grants call for matching funds, and so the commission certainly needs to be aware if the utilities are going after programs that would then cause matching funds from ratepayers. To my recollection, I think PEPCO applied for, but did not receive a federal grant focused on grid hardening and resilience. But Washington Gas did, I believe, get accepted into a regional hydrogen hub, and that's looking at basically low carbon fuels for gas distribution. And so as we get more information about their participation in that, we will certainly keep the committee apprised.
Okay, thank you for that, Chairman Thompson. I'm going to leave it there for now. I don't have any additional questions at the moment. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we transition?
No. Again, thank you for having me here today. And if there are any additional questions, we're certainly happy to provide that information.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we're going to turn to the Office of the People's Counsel, or OPC. OPC is an independent agency of district government. By law, the office advocates for consumers of natural gas, electric, telephone, and water services. OPC also represents the interests of district utility ratepayers before the DC Public Service Commission, federal regulators, and the courts. The office is mandated to conduct consumer education outreach and may also choose to represent individual consumers with complaints related to their utility service and bills. Call up our government witness and ask that they raise their right hands so I can swear you all in before we begin with the testimony. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for being here. Once you're settled in, you can begin your testimony.
On.
I think our staff was going to handle it for you.
You got me. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, and the viewing public. I am Sandra Matabu Fry, People's Counsel for the District of Columbia. Accompanying me today are members of the OPC Directorate, including Karen Sistrunk, Deputy People's Counsel, Eric Kaur, Chief of Staff, and Michael Smalls, Chief Operating Officer. Today, I'm presenting an overview of OPC's performance achievements during fiscal year 2023 to date. I will start with the staffing. We are authorized for 56.4 full-time equivalent positions. Currently, we have 49.4 full-time staff on board, and we are actively recruiting for 7 vacancies. We have 4 attorney positions vacant, 1 associate director vacant, 1 program support specialist, and 1 community outreach specialist. And I apologize for my voice, but I will
It's fine,
continue.
take your time.
The challenge to hire and retain skilled staff, particularly for attorney and technical positions, is primarily due to the specialized nature of the positions and a limited pool of candidates. I am pleased to say that we have exceeded, in FY23, we again exceeded our SBE goal, achieving 118% of our spending targets with small and disadvantaged DC-based businesses. While I am pleased, we can do better, and we are striving and continuing to look for more SBE contractors. Our complaints are skyrocketing. For FY23 through the first quarter of FY24, OPC's Consumer Services divisions have responded to 4,918 complaints. 3,501 are energy and telco complaints, and that is a 19% increase over 2022. And 1,417 are water complaints, a 42% increase over 22. We believe that the rise in consumer complaints is a direct result of unresolved consumer arrearages from the pandemic years when over 20% of all consumers were past due 30 days or more. Unquestionably, the disconnection moratorium saved lives and kept segments of the local economy afloat. Unfortunately, our 85% closure rate of energy and telco complaints indicates that we are still months away from correcting or eliminating this high increase. Our closure rate on WST complaints is 53%. The uniqueness of the water complaint process drives this lower rate. Resolution frequently requires intervention by multiple agencies, social service organizations, and the council member offices. The complexity of the disputes and agency and utility processes extend the resolution time. In addition to complaints, OPC received more than 4,899 informal consumer inquiries from FY23 to FY24. These inquiries, are not complaints, and they don't go through the complaint process. They're frequently requests for information or guidance. The water services, I wanted to update you on the water services division. OPC's water service division's complaints have grown exponentially over the last 5 years. In FY23, we successfully negotiated rule changes that allowed consumers to dispute billing irregularities and increase the timeline for a consumer to file a complaint from 10 to 20 days. In addition, we meet with DC Water on a monthly basis to keep the channels of communication open between the agencies. Promoting racial equity is a central mission of OPC. OPC currently collects demographic data, including race, as a part of its consumer intake process. We use this information to create outreach materials and develop outreach events for targeted communities. In fiscal year 2023, our Consumer Services and Water Division conducted a total of 221 outreach events. We're also active with the district's non- and limited English-speaking population, the NEP-LEP, which is rapidly growing. OPC has adapted its outreach accordingly. And I'm pleased to report that OPC received a 12 out of 12 grade for outreach from the DC Office of Human Rights. For FY23, our litigation team represented consumers in 58 cases before the PSC, FERC, FCC, and the PJM. Additionally, OPC has litigated 5 consumer cases before DC Water hearing officers. As a People's Counsel, I continue to focus on affordability, equity, and educational outreach to the community. In addition, I am intensifying OPC's climate change advocacy consistent with the city's laser focus on climate change and its impact on the community. In WGL's recent rate case, OPC convinced the commission to reduce WG's excessive rate requests. The PSC agreed with OPC that WGL's climate change proposals were not in the public interest and resulted in inequitable public benefits, especially for low-income consumers. Last year, we received numerous complaints that PEPCO violated the interconnection rules for community renewable energy, or community solar. We petitioned the PSC to investigate PEPCO's practices. Our petition addressed consumer complaints about PEPCO's issuance of inaccurate community solar bill credits and its noncompliance with metering rules. OPC's CREF petition resulted in a substantial victory in savings and advanced DC's climate change goals. OPC is advocating for an affordability index in the current PEPCO rate case. OPC recommends that the commission establish a standalone proceeding and that after the rate case is concluded, to examine low-income and affordability issues, including the affordability index. We had a major victory, the Betting Road. OPC recently won an appeal of the PSC's approval of PEPCO's recovery of its Betting Road power plant cleanup costs from ratepayers. OPC believes that these costs should not be charged to ratepayers. They were in violation of a settlement agreement by the parties when it was initiated. Our advocacy saved consumers $1.9 million for remediation of the hazardous waste left at the plant. Verizon. OPC has a statutory mandate to represent consumers remaining on local telephone service. We focus on protecting the rights of seniors and low to moderate income consumers who do not choose to or cannot afford smartphone services. Many of these consumers do not know that they have options. We have conducted multiple consumer briefings on the copper to fiber landline telephone transition. We will continue to educate on this issue to protect seniors and other vulnerable consumers. Climate change. OPC supports the district's goal to create a healthy, sustainable, and environmentally friendly energy future for the district's residents. We will continue to advance policies and initiatives prioritizing renewable energy, energy efficiency, and other carbon reduction strategies. Our environmental justice education campaign is on track. It will include conducting climate change and environmental justice events for youth and young adult audiences. We must inform everyone, especially young people, about the link between fossil fuels, high respiratory illnesses, and exposure to carcinogens in certain neighborhoods. Public communication must be two ways. We educate and we listen. For example, because of the positive feedback we received from our youth seminar last April, we are initiating a plan to reach DC high schools this year to educate them and teach them about the impact of climate change. OPC has actively participated in legislative climate change initiatives introduced by the council, including the Healthy Homes and Residential Electrification Act and the Comprehensive Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Access, Readiness, and Sustainability Act. In each case, OPC has emphasized the need for 1, an equitable distribution of benefits and costs. 2, the development of consumer-centric policies as the district transitions to a clean energy environment. 3, meeting the district's commitments to reduce greenhouse gases. And 4, creating a healthy environment for all DC residents. The utilities industry's transition to a new energy order is in full stride. Industry players are already building out sections of the electric grid to support EV charging at levels previously unimagined. As the utility industry transitions, there should be equitable sharing of costs and benefits of the transition. The private sector is on a fast track. Amazon has already rolled out 10,000 electric delivery vehicles in the country. Walmart is working to increase its capacity at each of its 5,000 store locations by 150% to support a huge commercial public charging network that will service long-haul delivery trucks and has an 8,000 EV fleet of local delivery vans already on order. Competitors are investing more to keep up in this sector. Industry analysts estimate that the US EV infrastructure growth rate will be 31% now through 2030. What does this mean? It means time is of the essence and that we have to move forward in an expeditious manner. In conclusion, previously when I came before the council, I would say change is coming. Today, we know that change is really here. Consumers cannot be left out of the decision-making process around electrification because they must live with the economic and environmental impacts. OPC will work to preserve the basic protections of affordability, equity, and reliability, and simultaneously help prepare a clean and safe environment for consumers. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We just had you before the committee not too long ago
Yes,
in
you
your
did.
nominations.
It's always good to
roundtable.
see you.
Yeah, likewise. But it just means that we won't be covering topics that we discussed then. But I do want to start on something that you touched on in your testimony a bit, and that's around racial equity. Every year, the chart you provide the committee about consumer issues by ward, I find striking. Utility assistance requests, pending disconnections, billing disputes for utilities show some pretty stark disparities, and much of your office's work is focused on helping residents in wards 5, 7, and 8. And so I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell me about the affordability index that you briefly mentioned in your testimony, but that you're working on as a tool to address racial inequity. If you want to expound on that a bit.
Right. Well, as you know, racial equity has been a part of our mission since its inception. And what we've done with our CMS database is to use it to identify areas that need special treatment, I would say, or that need to have targeted information. By way of example, if we find, when we have complaints and we find that we're having a number of complaints from a specific ward or even within a specific ward, we then actually go out to that particular community, give, information, find out, take complaints and find out how, what is happening to them, or what their issues are. So that is a way of our, fine tuning where the inequities are. Before it was sort of intuitive, but now we have a database to support it. The affordability index is sort of an outgrowth of that. It will measure the impact of higher rates, of climate change, of things that directly impact neighborhoods, and with a particular focus on poor neighborhoods. So it also addresses environmental injustice because, we often find that those areas are the ones that have the most in terms of negative or most in terms of impact, injurious impacts. And so we can focus on those. That's one of the reasons why our environmental justice campaign was, one, we went to the Smithsonian in Ward 7, that's Ward 7. And also we're looking at sponsoring a campaign with Anacostia High School so that we can target those in making certain that we're reaching the people who are affected or impacted by inequities, whether they're social or direct policy from the utilities or inadvertent policies that flow.
So I appreciate that. I wanted to ask about the complaints and maybe drill down just a little bit on them. Does your system give you visibility into, and does it track a person who has made multiple complaints? In other words,
yes,
if I make a complaint and my issue is resolved, but then that same issue arises again, are you able to see that Kennedy
yes.
McDuffie? Okay.
And that's one of the beauties of the system and one of the things that we wanted to do to get sort of a profile of citizens that are, consistently seeking social services. We know, just being in the office, we know that we can expect Mary Jo to come each day, each year. But that is a social issue. It's not just the utility issue. It's a social impact issue. The reason why Mary Jo can't pay her bill or has an arrearage. So that's where the system is so important and so helpful for us.
And I guess I'm a little less. I wasn't asking necessarily for the people who are chronically complaining, so much as it is ensuring that you can identify where individuals who perhaps are less resourced and most in need of the support from OPC are actually getting it, if that makes sense. So if I'm complaining, like I complain because,
right,
I had an issue with Pick Your Utility and it was, according to utility, resolved, but then I call back a month later because that issue actually has not been resolved. To the extent that I am satisfied or that, I don't have to complain about it. I guess I was more asking about whether you have visibility into whether the resolution that has been put in place actually works, particularly when you talk about residents in Ward 5, 7, or 8, or in areas where I don't want to sort of cast too wide a net as if, because there are obviously areas in 5, 7, 8 where people aren't low income, they have resources, but I'm more concerned about people who are less resourced, who might need to lean on the services that that your office provides.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
in that we can, because we can identify them, one of the things that we've done, and I think you are aware of it, is to have these agency summits
Mhm.
where we can identify the agencies that can help consumers. You know, generally a consumer will come to us with a Pepco problem. But you realize that the reason they have this Pepco problem is because their social services haven't come through or other things of that nature. So yes, we can pinpoint it from the database. In addition, just in terms, that's one of the reasons, though your question is one of the reasons that the closure rate is, particularly for water, is so long, and we're, you know, at 53%. Is because they have extended issues, multiple issues within that one complaint.
Okay.
And so we take the time, takes time, it extends the amount of time
Mhm.
that we can close the case, but we do eventually.
And so to stand along those lines, one of your KPIs is % of consumer complaints for electric, gas, telephone, and water utilities closed annually.
Mhm.
And for fiscal year 2023, the closure rate was 75%, which is just under your 80% target. I think this may have been one you mentioned in your testimony. I noticed that in the prior 5 years, the target was, seems like it was only met once. So I'm
Okay.
curious as to what's the challenge to making your targets there, and what, if any, steps are you taking to get that KPI on target?
Do you have what page are you on?
I actually don't have the page.
Okay.
This is the one, and maybe your team can help you out a bit. This is % of consumer complaints for electric, gas, telephone, and water utilities closed annually. It was a 75% rate for fiscal year 2023. We have it at
Let's see,
attachment 39 of your pre-hearing
Mhm.
responses,
Mhm.
or 38, I should say.
38.
Okay. Got it.
If you give me one moment, please.
Sure, sure.
Here it is. And so I'm sorry, but your question was, how do we?
Wanted to hear you get, just some insights
The
on that, because
target.
we noticed that, in looking at this particular KPI, which is at a 75% for FY
So-
2023.
For FY
Curious as
23.
whether you were thinking about it differently and how you might be able to achieve that particular target, since
Mhm.
it's one that you haven't been able to meet for a few years.
Right. We are working toward that.
Okay.
Um, the difference is what, 5% or so.
Interestingly, it seems like you hit the goal in FY 2020.
We did.
Do you see that?
I do.
I don't know.
But
I found it interesting in going through some of the information y'all provided and wanted to see if
that
you had
we're
talked
right.
about it.
And I'll be honest, sometimes it just varies by year, especially I'm not as concerned when the difference is not that large.
Mhm,
It
mhm.
gives me more concern when our goal is not met and it's much higher than what the actual report is. But this, the 75 versus 80, it's significant. I don't want to, discount it, but it's not.
Yeah, and I would think that 2020 was one of the years you probably got the significant increase in complaints, given the pandemic and all the work that was going on to
Right.
try to address it, which means it could, I don't
Right.
even know if the resource was necessarily there
I
at that
think it's
point
just
from the
a
feds.
variance between the years. Yes,
It's something to
it
think
was
about.
the
If you
pandemic.
think about it and have some additional thoughts that you'd like
Mhm.
to incorporate in the record, I invite you to
Okay.
give me a little bit more information
Okay, we'll do that.
about that. Earlier, I asked Chairman Thompson about Project Pipes. You may have also heard the public witness testimony some weeks ago. I understand that on formal case 1167, OPC took the position that the commission had implied authority to order electrification under its enabling statute. And so I'm curious as to what would that actually mean? And I'd love for you to help me understand OPC's position on the congressional charter issue and what you believe the commission is empowered to do and what, if any, limits on its authority are in regard to Washington WGL and climate transitions.
Our position on we did an electrification paper on moving forward. Let me see if I can.
Sure.
This is the Karen
Yeah,
system.
If you could just just mention your
Oh,
name for the
yeah,
record
yes.
before.
Karen Sistrunk,
And you have to.
Deputy People's Counsel.
Yes.
Okay.
You can, I think that mic works too.
Oh,
This one?
No, your work.
oh.
You see a little red light. It's already on
Yes.
actually. It's turned on
Oh,
for
okay.
you, yeah.
All right. So I mean, the question is what was our position with the,
Yeah, just curious if you could help me understand the congressional charter issue from OPC's perspective, because I understand it's different than what PSC is saying, and I wanted to just an opportunity
yes,
for you to
yes. I
talk a
can
little
just
bit
say,
about it. That's all.
yes, I can say it was a little while ago, but I can just say that generally, we believe the Office of the People's Counsel believes that under the charter, the commission did have the authority, to look at the gas company and actually, order the transition
Mhm.
away from gas.
Similar to how it's been reported that it's happened in other states.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, we can actually provide you with the pleadings that we filed on this issue.
I know all the stuff was online. It was just,
Yeah.
it was issues raised by public witnesses, and
Mhm.
I asked it of Commissioner Thompson, so I naturally wanted to give you all the opportunity for any testimony on record.
Yeah, I would say
Respect
that
your
it's a complicated issue, and we did a lot of research, on the charter.
Okay.
And, based on our research, we believe that, the commission does have the authority to order the natural gas company to start decommissioning.
Okay. Okay. Just taking it back to complaints for a moment, and I don't have actually a lot of other questions. I mentioned we just had you before the committee on your nomination roundtable. And I believe that just for people who are at home wondering that your nomination should be on the agenda soon for the council for a vote before the full council. But in
Thank you
terms of
very
consumer
much.
complaints,
Thank you very much.
yeah, sure. In terms of consumer complaints, they've increased year over year in both your water services division and your consumer services division. And I wanted to hear from you, just sort of, are you hearing any particular trends in those divisions? Is there something that is unique that you're hearing over the last year or so? or are these just sort of similar concerns that you all have heard over the years from those two divisions, the Consumer Services Division and the Water Services Division, which the Water Services Division obviously is something that's a little bit newer to OPC than some of the others.
Well, the complaints, the major issues behind the complaints are usually disconnections and inability to pay a bill, high bills. What we're finding though particularly with the water division, that there are a number of issues such as, liens that the water company can place on a home for a back bill or an arrearage. Also, the tenants whose name is the bill in, is it in the tenant's name or in the landlord's name? And how can the tenants access those accounts and or pay it, and they may not even know that it's paid, or they include it in their rent, but the landlord doesn't pay it. So there's a nuance, excuse me, there's a nuance of a difference between the types of complaints that we're getting now. Before we had water, those were not as prevalent, but now they really are. So that would probably be the distinction.
I'm gonna end it there. I don't have any additional questions at the moment. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we move on to our next agency?
No, I think, we are, if I could say anything, it's just that I listened to the chairman and, when he talked about Project Pipes and mentioned that, that they were being deliberative and careful, so that was taking time, but we don't really have time. And what's happening is with that, the accelerated costs are much higher, and that's what ratepayers are paying. So if you extend that out, what's going to happen is that they will continue to pay more rather than just doing not necessarily a flash cut, because I don't believe that that's appropriate, but certainly winding down. And that's why we filed, the 3 petitions that we filed, indicating that there's a time to stop, take a look and see what's going on there. So.
Okay, no, I appreciate you adding that to the record. Again, as I mentioned, I don't have any additional questions, and so I appreciate your testimony
Thank you.
this afternoon, and we're going to transition to our next and final agency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next and final agency is the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. This agency was established in 2018 by the council. The Nightlife Office serves as a central point of contact between the district and businesses that make up the nighttime economy. Since its creation, the duties of the office have expanded to include providing trainings for nightlife businesses that promote public safety and security for patrons during the nighttime hours, collaborating with the District Department of Transportation and the Office of Planning to increase public transportation accessibility during the nighttime hours, and meeting regularly with the public to address concerns regarding laws and regulations that affect our nighttime economy. The office works closely with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to assist struggling nighttime businesses with grant programs and resources. With that, I'm going to call up our government witnesses for this agency and ask that you raise your right hands before we begin so that I can swear you in. Do you each swear under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good to see you all. Good afternoon. Director, you can begin with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, I'm Salah Sapari, and I'm honored to serve under Mayor Muriel Bowser as the Director of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. I'm joined by my Deputy Director, Salima Khalid. There's much to be excited about in our city, as evidenced by the opening of new restaurants and entertainment businesses in 2023 and the Downtown Action Plan. Each new establishment represents an investment in our city and community. Notably, DC ranks second in Michelin stars per capita, trailing only San Francisco. We're the third top theater destination in the United States, following New York and Chicago. From the square downtown to new restaurants at the wharf and openings in Ward 8 supported by city investments like the Food Access Fund, positive developments are occurring across all 8 wards. The Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture acts as a liaison between nightlife establishments, residents, and the district government. Our mission recognizes that culture thrives wherever people gather, making everyone a stakeholder. Over the past 15 months, our work has evolved into 3 areas of focus. Firstly, we provide constituent services, aiding venue operators, owners, residents in nightlife areas, ANCs, and others with various issues such as noise complaints, trash management, public safety concerns, and permitting. We employ creative solutions to resolve these matters, often outside the regulatory framework. Examples include assisting a music venue with resolving Department of Building and Office of Tax and Revenue issues before their opening, assisting in obtaining District Department of Transportation permits for a downtown restaurant sidewalk cafe, helping correct an erroneous EIN for a pizza shop expansion, and aiding a bar's reopening after a computer error kept them shut down. Outside of working with our sister agencies, we have also worked directly with venues to rework sound systems to help address noise concerns or connect businesses with some of the district funds offered through Dmped and DSLBD. Secondly, we engage in policy work, collaborating with trade associations such as the Restaurant Association, Metropolitan Washington, the DC Nightlife Council, and the National Independent Venue Association, and the bids and Main Streets to understand their priorities. We also promote city grants and tax rebates available to stakeholders and participate in various task forces. Lastly, our office promotes DC's culture and nightlife by attending openings and anniversaries, attracting new talent and brands. While this is the most visible aspect of our work, it also signals to owners and operators that they can rely on us for assistance. Our office is small, only 3 full-time employees, but we find ourselves connecting dots to do big things for our stakeholders and the district. For example, I'm pleased to say we've made significant progress towards boosting the district's music identity, go-go. Following a roundtable on go-go in January 2023, we identified a key takeaway: bands needed better access to grants. We facilitated connections between attendees and Humanities DC grants, resulting in a surge of grant applications. Subsequently, we collaborated with the National Independent Venue Association to bring their annual conference to DC. Our Go-Go Gala attracted over 1,000 bookers and venue owners from across the country, offering them a firsthand experience of the genre. Additionally, to mark the 4th anniversary of the Go-Go Law, we partnered with OCTFME and the DC Public Library to host a free concert at the Howard Theater, attended by over 1,500 people. Our partnership with the Howard was instrumental in ensuring the success of this event. In the last year, we have continued leading the T Street Task Force, which brings together government, neighborhood, and business stakeholders to solve some of the pressing issues outside and around the Howard Theater. We have worked with MPD to ensure narcotics investigations were underway to address the drug use reported in the block. We have worked with DMHHS to coordinate 3 biohazard cleanings and with DDOT to change the parking restrictions to better serve the neighborhood. We've collaborated with ABCA on various matters, including hosting an opioid and harm reduction training. The aim was to educate our industry on available resources like Narcan and fentanyl testing strips, and Good Samaritan laws, which protect our staff when they intervene to prevent an overdose. We also know that World Pride is coming next year, and we have been meeting regularly with our partners at the LGBTQ Affairs Office and Capitol Pride to ensure our office is ready to support our nightlife industry to make the most out of not only a world-class celebration, but an economic driver for the city. Last month, Mayor Bowser inaugurated the district's first safe commercial corridor hub in Chinatown, a pivotal step in connecting residents to essential city services. Staffed by outreach teams, including mine, the hubs can promptly address community challenges. The Chinatown Hub, located at 675 8th Street Northwest, operates Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, offering services from agencies like the Metropolitan Police Department, the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, Mayor's Office on Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, Department of Human Services, and Department of Behavioral Health. And I invite you and other members of the committee to come visit the hub. Finally, an issue that has remained top of mind for our restaurants has been the future of the Streetery program. Mayor Bowser extended all Streetery permits issued under the temporary Streetery program until December 31st, 2024. This one-year extension aims to provide stability and certainty to the restaurant industry, which has relied on streeteries as a crucial lifeline during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Permittees will benefit from a smooth transition period of 6 months, during which they can obtain new public space permits under the forthcoming permanent program later this year. This extension underscores the administration's commitment to supporting local businesses and ensuring the ongoing success of the Streetery program, ultimately creating a stable and enjoyable outdoor dining environment for residents and visitors alike. As we look forward, we know there is much more work to do, and I look forward to continue to collaborate with the committee to best serve our nightlife and cultural industry. I thank you for your time, and I thank Mayor Bowser for the opportunity to serve. I look forward to addressing any questions you may have, and I invite anyone who might be interested in contacting our office to please do by emailing us at nightlife@dc.gov or by visiting us online at communityaffairs.dc.gov. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Director. I do have a few questions, and I'm going to start with some of the public witness testimony that we heard a few weeks ago before the committee. There were several witnesses who discussed public space activations during their testimony. And I wanted you to take an opportunity to describe your role in these activations and how, if at all, the Monc could perhaps enhance the opportunities that exist there, similar to what people have seen in activations like open streets. And so I wanted to start with there, and then I have a follow-up just really about clarifying what the nightlife office's role is on some of these types of activations. I think there are frequently residents who see these things, they enjoy them, but they also don't know necessarily what role one agency plays versus another. So let's start with that question.
Yeah, certainly. So we've participated in several activations and assisted both DDOT and the business improvement districts, for example, the Adams Morgan bid in planning and executing the open streets. One item that came up during the testimony was a project we worked on, which was working with the Office of Planning and the Department of Transportation on securing these street barriers, which were used in the Adams Morgan's bids activation. The advantage the context of that was that the Adams Morgan bid was granted this money from the Office of Planning to look at infrastructure changes that could make it easier to close down the street. There's a lot of utility lines and infrastructure underneath the street, which would make the barriers that we probably think of when we look at like the White House and the Capitol just not feasible there. But they had a significant amount of money, $300,000. And so we coordinated with Office of Planning, DDOT, and the other relevant players. And the Adams Morgan bid was able to secure these barriers and use them really as an example to what could be done. And the advantage there was that instead of having the large, DPW dump trucks, we had these barriers that were there, which are more pleasing to the eye. They have, they're certified federally. But it's not something that our city has a lot of experience with. So that was one thing that we helped with there. When it comes to open streets, we've also worked with DDOT because open streets is just an extensive amount of space that is closed. One, in not only helping promote it, but also ensuring that all of the paperwork that needs to be done before an open street it gets signed off with so that it can be planned and activated accordingly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And open streets have been pretty popular. I've gone to open streets and have enjoyed it, but also see how residents and businesses have also enjoyed it. Streeteries, you mentioned this in your testimony a moment ago. I want to ask a question about that. I'm curious to hear your perspective. What are the businesses that are participating in streeteries telling you, if anything, and what role does the Mayor's Office of Nightlife play when it comes to streeteries? The council and the public have been waiting on some proposed resolutions from DDOT for a while now, and I know your office is not DDOT, but do you have any role in the conversations around streeteries and those regulations in particular? Does your office have a position on making streeteries a permanent program beyond the date that you articulated in your testimony in December 2024?
Yes, certainly. So our office has been, well before I ever took this seat, has been very involved in streeteries. In fact, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture was the primary conduit for communication between the Restaurant Association and DDOT back when the temporary program was established, and also then even had a winterization grant program during the winter of 2020 to make sure these streeteries. I think anytime we're talking about streeteries, we have to put it in the context of why they came about. And streeteries helped restaurants navigate a period of extreme uncertainty and to maintain enough business to make it through. And so one thing in my conversations with DDOT, and we talk very regularly as we try to get through what these regulations and a permanent program will look like, because we do recognize that, you know, when COVID happened, we moved very quickly to create a street program, but there is a need to have now a permanent, fully regulated program. But we don't want to create now another period of uncertainty for the restaurants. And so I think that is the reason why the administration extended the permits for another year, to also allow all the regulatory agencies that have a hand in regulating a streetery to be able to provide comment. So the way I understand it, after DDOT has the next version of the regulations, there will be a period of public comment. I think when I speak to restaurant owners, they are very convinced that the streeteries need to stay. And I don't see from any of the agencies any desire to see them go away, but we do have a desire to make sure that they're permitted and fall into certain regulations that would just be appropriate for a permanent program like that.
Got it. Thanks for that response. We had some witnesses who testified at our public witness hearing at the committee who noted really good experiences working with the Office of Nightlife and really had positive things to say about you and your team. But they also commented that it would be good to see or have involvement of your office on some of these issues before they become issues, maybe helping to think through things to prevent them from becoming issues. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about whether or not you've heard similar concerns, or whether you want to talk about examples where your office has gotten involved earlier in a process and therefore perhaps prevented some concerns or issues that might happen between the nightlife businesses and the community that are adjacent to them in DC. So if that makes sense, I'd love to hear you talk about how you see the role of your agency in responding to things, which I think some people have said has worked out well, but also whether there's an opportunity for your agency to be a little bit more proactive in advance.
Yes, certainly. So I appreciate you sharing that, and I'm happy to hear that community members feel that they're getting responses from us. I think the way we are best positioned to be able to anticipate issues is to understand what some of the common issues are. And really over the last year, we've dealt with a plethora of issues. I would say some of the common ones are noise and trash. And one thing that I'll say about trash is that when we look at some of the economic data in some of our neighborhoods, we have lunch rushes that in certain neighborhoods that didn't exist prior to COVID because people are still working at home. And so we've been in one neighborhood in particular, we've been working on trying to get, for example, a compactor there. So as we build experience, I think that we'll be even better positioned to anticipate these issues. But going back to the streetery, I think that was one of the reasons that we wanted to push back the extension of the permits, is that we didn't want to create an issue where we haven't necessarily thought through all the downstream consequences of creating a permanent program with regulations that might require people to create adjustments to their streeteries that might be cost prohibitive. So Again, I think, you know, we will continue to be responsive to the issues that neighbors, residents, businesses bring to us. You know, one of the tough things is how do you measure the issues that don't get brought up? And we haven't figured out necessarily how to
Yeah,
do that, but you know, I'm confident that our team has done a good job of being responsive to issues.
Noise is an issue that I'm sure you hear a lot about. We also get concerns raised to us by residents, by ANC commissioners, and I'm interested to see how you're dealing with some of these issues. One community in particular where we've heard concerns is around Blackton Alley. In fact, we just got an email. I don't know if you had a chance to see it because I know you've been in here for a
Yeah,
while.
I saw it.
It's been a long day, but I think it's ANC 2B, 2G, who reached out to us about concerns in Blackton Alley. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing because I've been on the dais the entire time, but my staff have made me aware of it. I don't know if you if you want to speak specifically to that concern or more generally to concerns that you've heard around that neighborhood and how you're assisting residents and businesses in that community.
Yeah, certainly. So I think noise is one of those issues that will continue to be constant. And I think in Blagden Alley particularly, we've been working with the neighbors and the businesses there. And we've had it kind of ebbs and flows where issues bubble up and then we figure out a solution. We've had, you know, we worked with one venue there in particular that we helped them rework their sound system so that it wasn't on a wall, you know, that was flush with a condo building, and that seemed to resolve some issues. But there also is a reality that as people leave nightlife establishments late in the night and they are either congregate waiting for their Ubers or their rides or whatnot, that there is this other noise that you know, will disseminate from the alley into houses. You know, I think one thing that I've noticed in several of the neighborhoods is especially when people have moved into neighborhoods during COVID times when there wasn't as much noise, we've become accustomed to some of that lack of noise. That doesn't mean that their concerns are not valid. You know, that neighborhood also brought up the issues with idling cars. We worked with the nightlife task force to ensure that we had a tow truck from DPW coming through and towing. So we've been responsive to the needs there. But I can think of other examples. For example, the owner of El Techo up in on Florida Avenue, 600 block or 500 block of Florida Avenue Northwest. He was getting a lot of complaints from neighbors about noise, and he worked to redo the rooftop to be more soundproof. And in addition to that, he installed a decibel reader. So we could actually assess what are the facts of how much noise is actually disseminating from the venue.
They actually installed a decibel reader?
Yeah. So if you go, you can see it's right by the DJ booth.
Okay.
And I think that it's important when addressing any of these complaints that we actually know how loud is it, because our perception of how loud, it might be loud to me, but it might not come to the threshold where we can actually take any
the
action.
crux of these noise issues.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
really know technically how loud it is or whether or not it's violating something.
And I've seen other cities where they've actually, just like we have those light towers or camera towers, they've deployed, you know, sound towers that read the sound in their nightlife districts so that city officials can actually reference, well, I understand your concern, but the sound is, you know, at this decibel level and, you know, or it's exceeding what's acceptable and we have to take action.
Are there cities in particular that, or any come to mind when you think about who's deployed that kind of technology? I don't know if I've ever heard that.
Yeah, it's so I learned about this when I was at the Responsible Hospitality Institute Summit in New York of last year. And I believe the city, it's Austin, Texas, I believe. But I can get back with you and confirm which city it
I'd be
is. Yeah.
curious to know if you could circle back with the committee on that. I got a couple more questions for you. I want to talk about grants and just the role that your office plays. You mentioned that in your testimony, and I have a couple questions about it. You know that in your office, well, let me start over with that. You noted that your office has amplifying grant opportunities provided by sister agencies such as Dmped, DSLBD, and partner organizations such as the Equality Chamber of Commerce. And some of the public witnesses who testified a few weeks ago mentioned your office's assistance with grants. And one of those who testified was Jean Hamza with the 930 Club. I wanted to give you an opportunity to discuss the specifics around how you get involved in those conversations. At what point do you hear from these agencies about these opportunities? Like, how are you and your team surveying what these opportunities are, which agencies have them, and when to engage the nightlife industry to try to pursue some of these opportunities?
Yes, certainly. So two agencies that come straight to mind, of course, are Dmped and DSLBD, and we're in regular conversations with them as they're putting out their grants so that we're aware of what businesses might qualify, so we can work through namely the trade associations, the Restaurant Association, the DC Nightlife Council, the National Independent Venue Association, which has 23 members right here in DC, which are mainly music venues, so that we can work through those networks to get the information out. There's other opportunities that are not necessarily from within government, Humanities DC or the Equality Chamber of Commerce. And those have really come to us from various sources, whether it's from the LGBTQ office with the Equality Chamber of Commerce or just through, other events where someone has mentioned we have these grants. And what we try to do then is bring those people either in to meet with us and our colleagues so we get a better understanding of what the grant is. That's what we did exactly with the Equality Chamber of Commerce, which was a grant funded by Grubhub, which was offering up to $25,000 to restaurants that qualified. And after speaking with the now past executive director, we had seen the largest number of applications to that grant in DC because of the outreach we had done. And we had walked the beat with the LGBTQ director, Japer Bowles, with my team, so that we could get people eyes on the grant. And not only that, it was the first time they ever had applications from east of the river. So we recognized that we might have all of these great programs, whether they're from within government or not, but people who are running their businesses are primarily concerned with running their businesses.
Right.
And it's incumbent on us to really take the information to people. And even through DSLBD, there's great programs to help people with technical assistance, because some of the grants, especially ones offered through government, are a little more complicated because of the regulations. And again, someone who's focused on running their business day to day might not know all the ins and outs of how to get a clean hands and do all of that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, people who are entrepreneurs, operators of businesses, don't always have time to interact with government because they're running their businesses. It also sort of begs the question for me, as chair of this committee, whether you have seen opportunities to maybe shape some of the grants that are coming out of these agencies, right? I've heard from businesses that sometimes raise concerns as to whether or not there are enough opportunities in their particular industry to pursue support from government in the form of grants, where the government is trying to stimulate some sort of economic activity in a particular corridor, in a particular community. When it comes to the industry that your office liaises with, do you feel like there are enough opportunities through the grant-making process with the various agencies within the District of Columbia government?
I do think we have many opportunities.
Okay.
I think to your point, we have had conversations with the Nightlife Council in the past where there are certain grants that might cut out a certain sector of the industry because there's a regulation about, how much food is served versus alcohol and things like that. That being said, I think regardless of, there's always going to be a certain characteristics that are required for certain types of grants. And I don't think that's a problem. There's going to be grants that are more suited for restaurants, more for manufacturing, more for, bars or whatnot. But I do think that there's always an opportunity to continuously improve the customer experience of applying for a grant. And I think, we were recently briefed by Dmped on their improvements to how they're rolling out grants. And I think that's a great step where they're being very responsive to the needs of people applying for grants. And that's information that they receive directly, that we pass on, that our sister agencies pass on. So I'm very pleased with how that's moving along.
And staying along the topic of grants for a moment, in your pre-hearing responses, you talk about your work to amplify grants for those in wards 5, 7, and 8, and how it helps you reach your racial equity goals. Talk a little bit more about that kind of work and specifically what you're doing in those wards, and how you're working to amplify grant opportunities so that they can avail themselves, similar to some of the more popular nightlife areas of the city.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's a few grants that are really targeted towards investments in wards 7 and 8, particularly the Food Access Fund, which I know in a previous testimony here was talked about. But we've worked to, especially at the last period of Food Access Fund funding, we've worked to amplify that and connect restaurants or restaurant operators with that program. I spoke a little bit about the Equality Chamber of Commerce, but I do want to go back to that because I think it's significant that, and the numbers are escaping me right now, but we had, I think in previous years we had only had less than you could count on one hand number of applicants, and now we had 33 or so, several of them coming from Ward 8, from Anacostia, and at least one being awarded a grant. And so again, while that may not seem like a massive tidal wave of progress towards getting more access to grants east of the river, I do think it's significant when we have our first application from an east of the river business that is actually getting awarded a grant.
I appreciate that response. Just a couple more questions here. I wanted to ask about something you mentioned in your pre-hearing responses, which are your efforts to provide sexual harassment training for free for industry and expanding awareness for workers and operators. Talk a little bit more about what you're doing there and how it's going.
Certainly. So the statute that requires tipped workers to have sexual harassment training originates from several years ago. And one thing that has perhaps a downstream consequence of having certified trainers be required to do that program and train tipped workers is that often it costs money to then have a certified trainer. And, I've heard from some businesses that have paid up to $10,000 to sort of get all of their workers certified. So what we have done, recognizing that there is a value in training tipped workers to know their rights and know the process of the Office of Human Rights to report harassment, we did a training where one of the staff at Hook Hall was certified. And so we partnered with them to have them train, have an open training at Echo Stage. Actually, we hosted it there so we could fill the room, for free of charge, a training that would meet the requirements of the Office of Human Rights. And we found that to be quite successful, that the Restaurant Association has now mirrored that and continued doing these trainings for their members. So I think that's, it's going to continue to be an issue that's raised because there are a lot of workers that are eligible, but Office of Human Rights has also been very responsive to making sure that we try to find out how to make the training more accessible. So there's 3 tiers of workers: as managers, owners, and staff. And we've worked with Office of Human Rights to allow for pre-recorded trainings for 2 tiers of those, and managers being the ones that have to be in person and live, which makes it a little easy. Which really, I mean, my thought process, what this mirrors what government officials have to do for their sexual harassment training. They do their training online in a pre-loaded program.
I don't know. I was just turning to my staff because I know this came up in our work through the committee on dram shop law. So I'm glad to hear that you all are addressing this and really making it more accessible. in your pre-hearing responses, you touched on there was an issue, I think it came up maybe last performance, not necessarily an issue, but we talked about a nightlife impact study. And in your pre-hearing responses, you noted that there wasn't one conducted, but that you were working with George Washington University to conduct a survey of the industry. Where's your work with George Washington at this point? How's that going?
Yeah, we have worked with George Washington. They're conducting a survey through the National Independent Venue Association of some of the members here. So from my last meeting with them, they've received a significant number of responses, and then based on those responses, we'll have to sift through the data to be able to actually come up with something that will eventually be presented.
Okay, thanks for that. I want to just end on an issue I think is a priority for obviously the council, and it's been a priority for me as an at-large council member as chair of this committee, a number of my colleagues, and the mayor, and that's public safety. You touched on it a bit during your testimony that you've gone on public safety canvases in response to crime that's affected businesses in the nightlife corridors across the district. I've even seen you out myself on visits with businesses along those corridors, and I've appreciated your team, albeit small, really being active and engaging throughout our nightlife community. What are businesses telling you? And just give me a sense of what you're hearing about public safety right now and just some of the recent efforts, both by the mayor, by the council. I know we passed unanimously at the council on first reading secure DC bill, and it's coming up again for second reading next week. But I want to just give you a sense, give you an opportunity to talk about what you're hearing from businesses when it comes to public safety in the district right now.
Certainly. I think probably what you have also heard is there is frustration amongst businesses at public safety issues, especially businesses that have repeatedly been victims of a robbery or break-ins. At the same time, I hear from businesses that they want to be part of the solution. And I can name many businesses that have, in response to a break-in, been very forthright in asking what can they do, and whether that's installing cameras from the camera rebate program or doing that out of their own pocket. I know of businesses that pay for off-duty police officers to be at their establishment or outside their establishment, which is a benefit to the neighborhood. And of course, even as the council's looking to review or vote on Secure DC, I hear several businesses have advocated for elements of Secure DC, for example, the drug-free zones, because unfortunately, where there is drug dealing, we also find there have been shootings and violent crimes, and that affects business. So, I think in general, the businesses, while there is this frustration, it's also tempered by a desire to continue investing in the city, being part of, DC's comeback, really. And I think there's places there where we can build partnerships. I think we saw that earlier this year. We launched this partnership with DoorDash, where DoorDash donated $500,000 to the city, and we purchased dash cameras, which were then rolled out to our delivery drivers, our rideshare drivers. So there's definitely innovations that we can work on with our businesses. But I do think that what I do hear is that people have concerns and they want to make sure they're getting the proper response from government.
Yeah, no, I hear those concerns as well, and I want to thank you and your team for your work to address those concerns and really amplify the frustrations that you're hearing throughout our nightlife community. I don't have any additional questions at this time. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we adjourn?
No, I just I thank you for having us. I just want to also thank my colleagues and Director Jackie Reyes, Director Phil Thomas, my Associate Director Salima Khalid, and our outreach specialist Julia Johnson for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your testimony. I want to thank all the government witnesses who testified throughout the course of today. This marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing. This was our final performance oversight hearing of this cycle, and I'd like to thank all the additional witnesses who testified over the many days that we have been in performance oversight. And the time, next up is the budget oversight hearing process, which I know there are a lot of excited residents eagerly wanting to know how we're gonna budget the dollars for this upcoming fiscal year. And that process is gonna begin next month on April 1st for the Committee on Business and Economic Development at 9:30 a.m., where we will hear from all public witnesses. The time is now 3:04 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.